Say hi to the people.
A new computer, you said?
Yeah, I have my tower and a laptop. The laptop does video. Eventually, I want to have a camera for my tower, but right now I don't have one, and but I still prefer to use it because I can pull up everything on it. I have my player's handbooks and all the D&D books. I have everything on it. Once when I get a copy of all the discs and whatnot, I'll even have my own character sheets and whatnot on it.
Pardon my struggles. My laptop set up with the program to make me
What's
American?
I'll be excited to be in person though. I still cannot wait for that. The other reason why I want to use my tower is because my headphones for my tower are a lot more comfy.
That helps. Cobb, didn't you say you got a new computer?
I bought one to see if it would make the streaming any better, and I don't think it worked.
It seems to have helped good fun.
It's not about your internet or your hardware, it's Facebook. More than anything, it's Facebook. The fact that, yes, they're like okay for what the purpose is, but
Cobb's incredibly
like
clear to me.
streaming.
I mean, I see Cobb like we're sitting across from each other. It's so clear.
Yeah. I mean, you know what's weird is I see Cobb, and stuff moving. I see these hands moving on Cobb's screen, and I hear Sean's voice, but I don't see Sean join the chat. It's almost as if he's like,
I can see Sean
there or something. I mean, I don't get it. It's so weird.
Are you at Cobb's house, Sean?
Yes.
Is that the deal?
Can you guys not see me?
Yeah, he is. Oh, we see your well, depending on how the screen is, you can see just your hands and your phone.
Oh, okay.
Reach out over.
You have to go into the middle though, or a smaller computer.
Stick out your left hand, Sean.
And shake it all out.
Do that hokey pokey. I wasn't going to go there. Apparently he has Tyrannosaurus. All I see is Cobb from the right side.
Sean, you need to touch the minifigures in the map, on the map, in the center of the map.
Reach them,
Yeah, let me focus where you're sitting from. He's trying to remain mysterious. Oh, there he is. I saw something at the side.
He's definitely mysterious.
I can't see him at all except your head.
So,
all right, we're live. So wait, we're live. So don't say anything you don't want anybody to know. Go ahead.
Oh, I fully intend that. I want people to know that they're being idiots for not following COVID guidelines because now we're going to be far worse. And they're like, oh, but wait, people aren't dying as much. And it's like, no. The reason is because the people that were going to die from it have already died.
Getting back to our earlier discussion, I don't at all feel that it matters if Jason's gay. I mean, that's fine with me.
Right. I mean, I don't care one way or another. If that's how he floats, then that's how he floats. Love you, Jason.
None of you motherfuckers know me.
Okie dokie. So, yes, Chris.
I was going to say, since we're headed back to the Sascrephonia Hills, you better make sure you get this voice down. Otherwise, Mordak will have to show up.
No. Oh, look. A bunch of no good, rotten sons of bitches. It's like they've been sitting there for months. Pretty great. Well, okay, so this is the beginning. For those of you live watching, which is no one, of course, because no one ever watches, or watching this on YouTube later, we are once again going into make-believe with adult people, with kids and grandkids, and dice, and rules written by nerdly professor types of yore. This is Live D&D 2nd edition with some obvious tweaks and additions thrown in, and good ideas taken from other editions that I like. So, let me get my phone.
Did you ever print out my character sheet?
Oh,
Is Dan there also? We're just not hearing it?
Dan is coming by here later.
Running late.
Yes, he had just gotten off work. So, I guess while I print this out, you guys can rejoin your embroidery class.
I did want to note to you, Cobb, that I also have 3 woodland animal languages. You put that on my sheet. I just didn't pick them out yet. I know what they are. I can tell you right now what they are, but you didn't put them on the sheet. No biggie.
Chipmunk, squirrel.
Well,
And fox.
Yes, squirrel, crow, and fox is what I speak.
I said fox too. I was just one off. Crow's a good one.
Crow is good.
To eat?
Squirrels get a murder of them around the town. And foxes get around in a different way. So, yeah.
yeah, especially the Finnics. Finnic foxes, yeah, they get around in so many different ways.
And I mean, my next woodland language I'll probably take is either owl or bat, because I need something that sees at night. Yeah. Even though a fox can see at night and stuff, but I mean, I want a nighttime creature.
Mm-hmm. Why not get, like, I don't know, snakes? Because, infrared vision.
Snakes. I have a plan for snakes.
I don't even know what you're doing.
I'm a druid.
Yeah, I thought so. Addie was doing similar stuff, and but I didn't realize that all the proficiencies that had to be taken for it.
I'm more plant-based, though. I love animals and stuff. My character loves animals, but I'm more plant-based.
Right.
Plant and,
I get it.
and astronomy. The seasons and stuff like that, planting and things like that. I'm very, very Stonehenge-ish type.
So which one do you follow? Do you follow the old one, or?
I'm basically a structured druid that comes from a established great order, kind of like the English druids. Yeah. Which are fake. Those kind, yeah.
Well,
So,
I was mainly
the classic stuff like that, yeah. That kind
Addie followed Obed High.
Yeah.
I follow the
Is that
great order.
microphone there picking them up
Yeah.
and sending them into the video? Is
There's
that
no
what it
named gods. There's no gods.
I don't know,
There's just nature.
is? The one with the blue light on it. Is that
Anything else is
That
Normally
picking
not,
label.
because that's where I left it.
I'm just,
That's where I had it before.
oh, I was just curious how you set up all that.
But-
I've seen it.
If you would like to test it, you could open up Facebook on your phone, and you could hear it, and you could tell me if there was a echo.
Oh, we'll see. I'll try anything once.
Well, you heard it there, Jason. Sean's next conquest.
Look, remember he said this is adults or little kids are watching this. Don't get me started because I will roll out. Don't even say it. I'll roll you out flat, Sean, and throw you out like a doormat, bitch. Sorry.
You heard it there, Jason. Sean's next conquest.
Look, remember he said this is adults
How
or
rude.
little kids are watching this. Don't get me started because I will roll out. Don't even say it.
Well, I can see the whole gaming table and everybody at it, including myself, through Facebook. I guess you guys just have the narrow camera.
It depends on the orientation of your phone.
I mean, I see the gaming table in Cobb. That's what I see.
Yeah,
I see Daryl.
Yeah. I see
Chris.
I see his video, and I see the video that the people are watching, which shows you guys on the TV on the middle of the table, and then we pretty much got the whole room on the Facebook page.
Yeah, the Facebook page is the other camera.
Right.
I don't know what the fuck I did with it. I created.
Yeah, I can't.
And yes, I see you, Randy. I see the rocking.
Like 2 minutes.
Thank you for the character sheet, by the way, Cobb.
You're welcome.
For taking the trouble.
There I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Just my hand can reach all the way.
Randy.
I see. Well, that explains
Last night,
it.
Cool. Brian apparently watches it or listens to it or something. I don't know when. He might not do it live.
He'll be...
He was talking about it tonight. I just came from over his work, so.
Okay, let's see if I can get that to work now. So do you know how many non-weapon proficiency slots you have?
I should be okay.
yes.
I didn't go hog wild there either. I cleaned the new sheet. I cleaned up quite a bit. Offhand, I don't, because I don't have my sheet in front of me. But is it inaccurate?
Well, to get the thing, you'd have to drop something else.
The thing.
The Sujapasia or whatever the fuck it's called.
The what?
The thing that I've made up.
Oh, I wasn't doing that as something I had to buy. That was just something I wanted to... It's like the quiver thing for the game. It wasn't in place of something else thing. Am I misunderstanding the ability to have that? That was an extra, I thought. And some of those things are from the kit. They're free, but since the kit doesn't show up in there, you can't count those. I can look those up for you real quick if you need. Look the free ones.
So,
Couple graph on pictures.
Daryl, Randy, and Jason. So what was discussed when you guys set out, like, the basis for this campaign?
I just know what my character is. I don't know anything about y'all except basically what you are, I think.
On the text.
Yeah.
The group text that he gave us, that's all I know.
In fact, I don't know what your class is, Daryl. I think I asked you and I forgot.
I don't think that's what Chris
Well,
was
I meant,
asking.
like-
Chris was talking about something different.
No, I meant, like, you guys were talking about, I guess, so we started with, like, a level boost, instead of being level 1. I thought you guys saying about leveling the same, or I don't know. That's what I was talking about.
One of the discussions, I guess, when you were still out of town.
Yeah, and I wasn't here, because I was on my honeymoon.
You just need to buy a lot of that.
Well, I don't know who you are, so
You
goodbye.
know, sticking with the second edition D&D style game in Cobb's World. We all agreed that was fun, and we wanted to do that.
I think several of us are playing characters types that we never played before. I, for example, I've never played a Druid before.
I've
So
endurance
fun. I
is
think you're
free,
suited for that.
and at level 5 I get armor optimization, but I'm not level 5 yet. That shouldn't even be on there.
I was going to say, I mean, this is my first time as a straight fighter. My first ever character was a druid, and he was awesome. The second character was Bordak, I believe. He was a thief. I've had a ranger that used a kit. And for like 2 sessions, because I didn't know what I was doing and was just trying to come up with something, I had a pally, but I may revisit him eventually, I'm not sure.
But no. I don't know if I played with you when you were on the other one. I think Addy was the first one I remember.
Yeah, Addy was the first one you remember. It was only... Yeah, Addy's the only one that's ever met with you, Daryl.
I think you'll enjoy the simplicity of the fighter, the straight fighter. I mean, when you declare your actions, it's almost always attack.
It's whatever, yeah.
You can still build the character with you.
Yeah, a good fighter, very utilitarian.
No, I know. Like, trust me,
Well, there's plenty of dice around.
Because my
Hey, here's the set right here.
I'm one of the people...
well,
I'm one of the people that I kind of build characters for fun outside just to see what I can
Not
do.
moving very fast.
Oh.
I fucked my back up about a week ago.
Oh boy, that's not good.
That's
I mean,
Yeah, it really sucks because it's all I do.
before,
is
and I
move
played
heavy shit
before,
from
but I've
one
never
place
played a druid
to another
before.
at my work.
So
Right?
it's the same concept.
And now I do it really fucking
I was thinking about the
slow. I
druid
was
and playing the
thinking about it
alignment
up,
for me.
but, yeah, that ain't happening.
I think Cobb said we're not recognizing alignment.
My character has an alignment that he kind of follows, but there's always variables.
Is that
Right, but, like-
Skell-Ghosts-Episode?
I think so. I don't remember the pronunciation guide.
I mean,
Is that
Daryl,
your
it's like being a cleric.
He has
You're a
bad
cleric of a good faith, and all of a
Type
sudden all you do is
in
evil
what
stuff.
is it
Your
when
God's
you
not going to represent
feel
you.
like someone's
Oh,
looking at
I understand
you.
that.
Started drilling down on the
It
Google
was
search.
Cobb's words, you know, he was the one
I know.
talking
I
about
mean, did you make this up
Yeah,
in
if
the
we
game or
had
is it
late-
an actual-
like you guys did.
It's an actual thing.
In the game?
Sure.
No, in real life.
No, I meant in the game.
We're gonna
Is
withstand-
it something you added?
Well, it's something I had to create.
That's what I meant. You
Yeah.
created. Okay.
What's that?
You'll find out.
Oh.
Maybe.
All right. Well, we're almost ready to go. But like with any new journey,
Hey, Sean, you're supposed to turn that character sheet in last week, man.
I did. God had to print it out for me over here, right?
all right. So first of all, when you guys got your sheets, was there anything that was like completely fucked up that I should be aware of? So we'll start with
Just my
Daryl.
animal languages was not there.
Hold on, we'll start with Daryl. Nothing? Everything seems fairly
No,
accurate?
everything's in order.
Okay, Randy, how about you? Did everything seem fairly accurate?
Yeah, except for I got all these extra sheets now I never had before.
Jason, what about you? Well, did you think did that look accurate to you?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I saw all those spells that you included. There's obviously spells that are named for the gods, and I'll never pick those spells. So
Okay. And then
I looked over the spell collection, and it's obviously very plain, straight druid spells there. So I'm not going to pick anything that's obscure or weird.
what about you, Chris?
Pulling everything up now, and I will get back to you on something else. Let's see. Got that. That all looks right.
Did you get my last email I sent you that talked about what level you need to be to have a certain something?
Maybe not. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I was trying to find that and I didn't see that. That's why. I was trying because I thought there was a rule, but I was trying to find it and couldn't see it.
Okay. All right.
Let me
And then,
double check.
all right. So, and then as far as
Other
you're
than
concerned,
that,
you can
let me
take
check
your
on that
time.
next. Let me
Do you have
continue
the
my...
paperwork that I gave you?
Yeah.
Is that it? That would make this.
So, did we decide to do max hit points again?
I I don't remember, but I just gave everyone max hit points if they didn't already, so...
You normally do it for 3 levels anyway, don't you?
Okay.
I do not.
Oh, I thought you did. I thought
But it doesn't... Hit points don't mean anything.
Okay.
That's good to know.
Yeah, basically...
I attack critical.
Basically, it's, how bad is this fucking gonna be? Oh boy. Unless you got a potion that halves all your damage, you're gonna die. Am I right, Randy?
Did I not?
Randy looks like Kilroy. He's the bottom of the fucking thing is right as his nose. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I know, so I can never be sure if he's talking or not.
Can't you tilt
Hey, I
that?
can only
That's
see
what
the...
happens when you're only 4 foot tall.
Can't you?
Did I mess up on my...
Randy, can't you?
Wilson?
Randy, can't you tilt that up a little bit? Put a book behind it or something.
You're making me seasick.
I think every time we have Randy, it reminds me of what was that one series Tim Allen was in, where the guy
Home
had
Improvement?
Yeah, Home Improvement.
Oh,
he reminds me of the
Wilson.
guy, yeah, Wilson with the
next one,
fence,
yeah.
yeah, all the time, because you only see it like this most of the time.
There you go.
I
That-
know. What happened?
Damn, you have a body? I thought you were just a...
Oh, put it back! Put it back!
All right. So, hearing no objections, then we will.
I
Commence.
have a couple. So, first of all, I was trying to get back to you, but I just let you guys
That's
talk.
all right. Go
So,
ahead.
my non-weapons.
Yes.
I should have unless there's a roleplay reason why I don't, I thought I should have common tongue for whatever the area we're in.
That's what she said.
Stop it.
Okay. So, how many non-weapon proficiency slots do you have? Do you get? Because you're
So,
gonna have to drop something else.
well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Shouldn't I have 8 available to me? 2 for reading, so I get 2 for reading and writing, 1, or how much does observation cost? That, I think, was what it was. Is observation 1 or 2 for me? Because I didn't know.
2.
Sorry.
Because the ancient history and the fire building are free. Endurance costs 2. Alertness is 1. Reading and writing is 2. Rope use is 1. That should leave me with 2 open slots. And I thought observation was only 1. So that's why.
Yeah, I have stuff missing too,
Let's see.
Oh, I guess I did not tell you my...
Uh-oh.
I'll fix that.
Brian's here.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian.
Hey, Chris, you were supposed to turn that character sheet in last week, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I was one of the first people to
We
turn
got turned
in.
Okay, let me see here. Hold
I
on.
had the sheet
I think I
done.
have an answer. Hold on. Okay, so let's do it this way. Okay,
Excuse me.
so alertness costs 1. Ancient history, you said you get that for free, right?
Correct.
Endurance
Correct.
costs 2. Fire building, is that free?
Free. Free from the kit.
Observation costs 2. Reading and writing
Okay,
costs
that's
2.
what I needed to know.
Rope use costs 1.
So drop, right, so drop rope use and switch it out for whatever the common tongue of the area is. So the books were weird on observation. It said that it didn't, in one of the books it said it doesn't cost extra because like it was under the general, not specifically thief. So that's why I got confused. So yeah, go ahead and drop the rope use and get common tongue for whatever the area is. I don't know if it is southern or whatever it is.
Yeah, it is.
Looks like it's southern. That's what I speak and write, so. All of my languages are human.
There's northern tongue, southern tongue. What do you call the tongue over here?
Well, I don't know if the western part of the world has.
Chazon, there's northern tongue, and southern tongue. Those are the human languages primarily. The three commons, I guess.
The one in this area is Chazon.
Yeah, this is Chazon territory.
I think it's done, yeah.
I put common on my sheet because, well, I didn't want to take Chazon to begin with, but the computer didn't have the other languages, and on my computer I don't have his special languages. I remember Chazon.
Yeah, that's the one that I've been around.
Hey, how you doing? It's been forever on the half slam back sandwich, brother.
I thought that was Jai.
No, that's Chazon. That's my character speaking.
What's up, Brian? You dingle crump?
And
did he just say dingle crump?
That's what you said.
All right, so
That's a new one, right there.
Dingle Crump.
Who's Brian?
One of our friends.
Brian Brown. All right, so
Angle Chrome.
according to
He never gamed with us directly.
what I have received from everyone's backgrounds,
Did you get a chance to read what it said?
I skimmed it.
Okay.
In
It's
depth.
what we told. It's what I told you. It's no different.
Sascrephonia is a land of opportunity. A land that some of you can't even believe exists because it is racially diverse. There is a dwarven kingdom inside of this republic. There is a halfling area in the hills. There are even the gnomes of Gumby that live in this republic. And as Jason so subtly exclaims, he remembers a certain gnome with utter disdain. But that is a story from the past.
A great character.
The only species that is not in the Republic of Sascrephonia through its own ethnicity or ethnic region are the elves. Any elves that are in Sascrephonia are there because they have multiple reasons why they would be there, but it wouldn't be because there's an elven settlement or kingdom in this republic. It's directly to the northwest. It's there to the northwest, and they are they're the one race that refuses to allow their culture to be assimilated. But it doesn't stop the traveling elf or the wanted elf or the simple elf that doesn't want to be in the woods from going south. And seeing this wonderfully eclectic and, for lack of a better term, melting pot of culture that is Sascrephonia, specifically the big cities, and more even specifically than that, the city of Tila, which is a port town on the corner of the southwest of the continent. This port city has lots of huge shipping lanes that come through, the biggest of ships taking things from the north to the west, going inland into those places that are not anywhere accessible by water. So if you wanted to go to the city that has everything in the southern kingdoms, it would be Tila. And as such, you all have been in this republic for long enough to know this. It is common knowledge what type of place this is. Not only, however, are there what are considered the civilized races, those in the player's handbook, but occasionally there will be, you might encounter a group of quote-unquote monsters. Not the monsters that are irredeemable, like a beholder or an evil dragon, but the monsters that have some semblance of the ability to control their killing instincts. Something along the line of a bugbear or a gnoll, even more rare. Bugbears would be the most common of the not common races in this republic, and they are unfortunately stereotyped as bodyguards, caravan guards, and it's simply because out of all the races that are available, they are the most equipped to deal with anything that has to do with guarding or protection. They're covered in fur, so they're weatherized already. They don't have a problem being below or above ground. They can operate in the sunlight, though it's not their most favorite time. They tend to get a little sluggish. But so you don't necessarily know what you're going to see around the corner or at the local tavern in this area of the world. All these races or all these individuals are given the basic rights of, if you don't fuck with us, we won't fuck with you. As far as the kingdom is concerned, as far as the republic is concerned. If you're an outlaw and you happen to be a bugbear, well, that's because you're an outlaw. It's not because you're a bugbear. Or if you are the head of a laborer's guild and you happen to be a gnoll, then most likely it's going to be a guild that somehow a gnoll is going to be a trade that they're going to be good at. So occasionally, you'll have your straggler gnoll that's fucking with a bunch of other things. Races, they kind of tend to gravitate, just like in the real world. There's a bugbear section of town, or a gnoll section of town, or a halfling section of town, if you're in that big of a town. But it's not necessarily, there's no gated community of races, that would still be a matter of if you're rich enough to live in a gated community, and money spends whether you're a bugbear or an elf. So this is all common knowledge. You guys all know this, so you know that if you see a bugbear on a horse, that's unusual. But if you see a bugbear in town or doing whatever, it's not an automatic go and kill it, because then you'll be the one that's not cool.
Oh my
Is
God.
there like a guard, a regular rotation of guards in the town? Is there a law presence, or is it just everyone knows that, oh, hey, you don't mess with nobody?
I would say it's kind of like, America, where, I mean, if you know that you're not supposed to go and kill somebody, but that shit still happens. So,
Right.
but then,
I'm just wondering if the town of Pila, where all these creatures coexist, is there like a constant, a changing of the guards, or is it a walled city? Is it?
well, I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
I haven't gotten there yet, but I
Let
will.
me ask,
Yes, Jason.
what's the average education level? Do most people read and write or not?
No, that's still a matter of, do you need to know how to read and write? I would say the level of education in this area, it would still be limited to, do you have the money to pay to get educated? So that kind of cuts across your racial and ethnic lines. One of the most successful shipping companies down on the docks is a guy by the name of Master Rakto, and he is not a bugbear. He is a half ogre, and
How do you spell his name?
Rakto.
Thank you.
So if someone mentions Ratco's warehouse, anyone that's from that area would know what that's referring to, and that Ratco has a reputation for things being done the right way. If things are missing, he has a unique ability of finding out who took it and getting it back, or at least alerting the proper people to go get whoever took it. Because obviously with him being a big time businessman, he doesn't want to go chasing after any thieving that might break into the warehouse or whatever. But he's going to hire, or he's going to find a way to. So he's a very respected businessman, or we could say business creature, if you would like.
A member of the community.
Yeah.
And you said he's a bugbear?
Half ogre.
Oh, thank you.
He is and I would say the circumstances of his being half aren't. It's not like a deal breaker or anything. It's just nobody bothers to ask, and if somebody asks, then obviously he trusts them. So that wouldn't be common
It's
knowledge.
not discussed in proper society.
Well, it's just there's things I don't know about Randy, for instance, that if I was to ask, he'd be like, well, maybe that's none of your business. But he wouldn't get all upset and be like, I can't be your friend anymore because you asked why I was a goat fucker or something like that. So it's just
Randy's
Something
goat.
that was have to be that way.
so. Not that I have any information that would intimate that he is, as stated, a goat fucker. I don't think he is personally, but you know, nobody knows nothing because it's not. You know, who the fuck knows?
We just don't talk about it.
No, because it's
Oh,
not
yeah,
important.
yeah.
So Randy might
It's
be
all
a goat fucker.
information.
I mean, if I was a betting
I'm
man,
from up north.
okay. So, you all have, in whatever fashion you deem appropriate, come to Tila for various reasons. It would be as if we had to go downtown to St. Louis for something, whether it was when we were younger and we were chasing girls, or whether we're older and we're going down to some government office, or whatever. Or before Amazon, we had to go somewhere to pick up a package. I remember doing that. I don't know why it was so difficult back in the day. But anyway, so you all are familiar with the city. You're familiar that the city is it is a walled city. It has a large wall that extends out into the ocean, and with gates that are open and closed to allow the ships to come in and leave. Most of the time the gates are just left open during the day and then closed at night like a regular city. And there's a very powerful harbor master that none of you have met or know his name, but you know him as the harbor master, and he is actually like one of the 3 top people in the whole city, for obvious reasons. If he was to say you couldn't bring your ship in, then he could destroy your entire business. So some of you who may or may not be either associated or intimately familiar with how things work could rightly assume that this person may be, unless under such wonderful morals, able to be influenced or uses his influence to cause outcomes other than organic, if you get my drift. There is no recognized Thieves Guild or Assassins Guild, but there's tons of guilds like the Laborers Guild and the Carpenters and the freight and the warehouse guys and the cleaning crew and the blah blah blah, etc., etc. And every so often,
Thieves Guild?
huh? What'd you say,
No
Darren?
Thieves Guild?
Well, none that anybody can point
No
to.
Thieves Guild.
Yeah, I mean, none that anybody can point to and go, oh yeah, that's where they are. Like in other places, the Thieves
Okay.
Guild might be an open secret, but in this particular town, if there is a Thieves Guild, it is super secret. That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, just like there is a certain percentage of the American population that think that the Democrats are running a pedophile ring. There's no way to disprove that because you just can't prove it, but they can say it and believe it, and there it is, right?
Guild
I
that.
just
So-
thought it was rich people.
So, in the same way, if someone says that there is a Thieves Guild, well, where's your proof? Well, I don't need proof. I just know people are assholes and they steal things. Okay, so thanks. The most, I would say, corrupt, obviously corrupt thing in the city would be the election of the wardens. And basically what that means is the city is so large that it's divided up into 10 wards. And each ward has a guy, kind of like an alderman down in St. Louis or whatever. Or a lady or a bugbear or an elf or whatever. And it is fairly well known that those people can be influenced with money and favors. But nobody seems to know how to stop it, because it's no matter if they bring down a warden, the next one that comes up is probably going to be corrupt too. So it seems to attract those kind of individuals. But until something gets so bad that it needs to change, that nothing's going to be done.
Just an accepted people.
I mean, until you can find a way to, it's kind of like,
you just expect a politician to be corrupted.
yes, but it's the wardens for some reason. So, and there are occasionally, not like open warfare between wards, but sometimes there's feuds over any one of, like, it's usually something stupid, like this ward opened a brand new 3-story inn, and then the next ward over opens up a 4-story inn, and then somehow mysteriously that new inn gets burned down, or something bad, everybody gets poisoned, and it's like, oh, you just
So
a lot of
Romeo and
jealousy.
Juliet style between like Romeo's family and.
There's a lot of
New York sounds like me.
a lot of jealousy.
So there is no friendly competition. It's
Well, now the city itself, there's plenty of friendly competition. There is a legal competitive thing like the UFC. Bare knuckles fighting. They don't allow like any kind of weapons in this. It's all fisticuffs. Because as soon as somebody might die, well, then fucking somebody's got to get revenge, and they've just figured out that you can't do that. And if somebody dies from bare knuckles, they're all kind of willing to be like, oh, well, fuck him. He shouldn't have. As Bruce Willis said, he's fucking up my sport. So that's the and it's not like it's a grandiose huge arena type event, but it's not underground either. It's it's like once a month they have an event, and they start off with
Like the old whip in the ring.
They start off with the new people, and then as the night goes on, they build up to a main event between, Sluggo and Buttlicker. So
barbarism.
The faiths of the area are there is no like overarching religion. There's what they all call the blend. And what it is since there's so many different cultures here, and a long time ago they figured out that religious people are fucking angry and scared and jealous. So we can't have that, but we can just say we worship everybody, and they call it a blend. And all of their religious sayings and whatever, they're very non-specific, sometimes nonsense, and they're all kind of spoken in Chazon, which is this language that's been built up over time from all the races adding their own words and phrases and new phrases being built on top of that, until eventually you have this like merchant offshoot of a language that not everyone understands, but most people do. And depending on who you talk to, there's a lot of, well, I thought this meant this. And they're like, oh no, when I said ham sandwich, I meant close the door. And so there's occasionally there are like new phrases that take over, and where it's like, where's the beef? It's sloop the Juno. And everyone's like, hey, and they'll see each other, and then it'll go away, and then something new will come up. There's also here in this city that is nowhere else. They don't have bell towers. They have 3 gigantic clock towers, and these are actual working clocks that the Clockmakers Guild, who happen to be mostly gnomes, take care of and work on. So they think that they're really cool, and they walk around like they're really cool, but most people understand that when the sun goes down, it doesn't matter what time it is until the sun comes up, but they think it's important to know what time it is in the middle of the night. So for them, that's what they're into. And not every gnome is a part of this. Some gnomes sell apples out front in the market or make clothes just like any other species. So you all have, through one way or another, been to this town. You've seen the gates that lead west towards the capital city of Czechs, close at night and open in the morning. There is no fee to come and go. The only thing is there's guards there and they're just watching. They don't seem to search everything. If somebody is bringing in more than, say, something larger than a horse, like a cart or a wagon, they'll do a check on it, but they don't charge anything. And there are certain things that are contraband, obviously know what they consider assassin weapons, poisonous things. Drugs are totally legal. You can do whatever you want as far as drugs are concerned. The only thing is if you kill anybody through your use of the drugs, then you're almost immediately guilty, because being off your rocker is no excuse. So there's little smoke bars and there's harder places, but most people understand that if you're going to do the really hard drugs, you're going to get addicted. So wherever they sell these hard drugs, there's probably people who are wanting to steal so they can get their drugs. That's just, addiction is the same in this fake made up land as it is in the actual world. So the coinage, I know that there's a different kind of coin out here, and when I find it, I will let you know. But until then, we can just use the gold, silver, copper coin names.
Standard.
Pen I can borrow. All my pens are fucking shot.
I think this is a pen you can borrow. That might be your pen too.
No.
Okay.
DM.
Yes.
Are all the districts whatever the word to use for them? Are they all pretty much equal in terms of wealth and opportunity, or is there the bad side of town, or the warehouse districts where a lot of the industrial court, is there kind of like that, or is everything pretty much equal?
No, unfortunately, nothing's equal. I mean, this is fantasy, but come on, dude.
Right.
No,
I know. I was just wondering,
yeah.
the industrial side of town versus the suburbs versus...
Yeah. Any place where there's goods being sold or moved, you're going to have some rich people. But then, just past that, it turns kind of like lower. And then as you get towards the walls, the homes get a little nicer and a little more ground in between the homes. The middle part of the city is like packed in. It's built in on itself. You got homes connected, or houses next to houses, and they line the streets. And if there's any alleyways at all, they're pretty thin. It's not like you can drive a horse in between. The city's old, and it's been built on top of itself and torn down, and so it's dense. Go ahead, Chris.
Gotcha. No, that's what I was pretty much asking.
Okay. There's always a lot of things drying on clotheslines as you go through the city streets. There's always people walking, going and getting fresh water.
Oh.
The thing about this city that you know as well is that not only have the gnomes created these clock towers and probably smaller versions for sale for expensive things, but there is a working sewer system, and there's several water towers throughout the city that are able to provide fresh water at any time to anybody who wants it. Now, it doesn't get piped into their house, and the sewers don't go under everyone's house. If you're rich enough, you can get on the sewers, and then the dwarves come in and they hook you up. And if you're really rich, you can get water pumped into your house and have actual flushable toilets. And it's the kind where the water's up above and you pull the string and it goes down and it pulls everything with it, and then it refills back in the top.
My grandmother had one of those.
Pretty cool.
There are homes that have octopus style furnaces where they have a wood furnace in the basement and they vent the heat to each room, and it looks like an octopus in the basement, like in the Three Stooges, if you remember. And that was an actual thing.
Yep.
So they have this.
It looked like a battleship.
And that's what it was called. It was called an octopus furnace. And there's a guild. There's a woodcutters guild, and then the wood, for lack of a better term, wood delivery guild, and people that come in and get rid of the ashes if you want to pay them to do that. They have a guild. And then there's
Shit Scooper Guild.
There's a guild that makes sure
that
the sewers are maintained. So there is no College of Wizardry. There is no place where you can go and pay to be healed or have spells cast for you. But rumor has it that there is a shop that sells enchanted items. None of you up until now have had the opportunity or the money or the wherewithal or the knowledge that such a thing might exist. But you've now heard it enough times to where you're like, oh shit, this COVID thing might be real. You can't see it, but you know that your buddy Steve seems to be awful good at throwing a dagger at the target all of a sudden. And it's not because he got better. It's because he obtained this dagger that apparently is better than your dagger. So, there you go.
Are there any herbalists? You said there's no place you can pay for spells of healing, but are there herbalists and
There's
alchemy shops?
there's apothecaries, which is your drugstore. There's herbalists, which would be next to your produce stands. And there's like potions, but they're not. It's not called like a potion shop or a potion maker. It's more like there are places that you can get liquids that might do something, and the people that sell them might not be regular people.
Fruit masters.
So bear that in mind. So you have all come to Tila for your various reasons. Some for business, some for pleasure, some to resupply, some to spend the night in a nice place instead of a shitty tent with their dog and their donkey or whatever. Who knows?
Doesn't sound so bad.
And this happens to everyone individually. So I am going to describe a scene, and then I'm going to text you, and you need to text
I can't
me.
get text.
Oh, well, you're fucking gay.
You don't get none.
So
Again,
Messenger me though.
Just
Messenger me.
what about email?
Yeah, you can email me.
Okay.
I just
So-
have no phone text. I can't call on the phone or text.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll make do. Okay, so you're all in a market somewhere in this city. The city probably has 50,000 people in it, and it's summertime. During the winter, it probably balloons up to 75,000. So you're smelling the wares of the various merchants in the stalls, fresh vegetables brought in, slabs of meat, chickens for sale, all manner of things, clothes.
Hey, Cup.
Yes.
Couple different questions, sorry. What season is it? I don't think, or like what time of year?
summertime.
That's
Okay,
a
it's sometime.
good question.
I was just asking, what's the season roughly? Are the days really hot and long, or are they cooling down?
It's warm. The only people that are not dressed for the weather, which would be very like light clothing, would be people who are either expecting trouble or it is their job to have armor on at this time. So
Gotcha.
if you are wearing armor at this time, you are uncomfortable. Unless, obviously it's better to wear armor than to be dead, but if you don't have a reason to wear it, it will wear on you. So you're at some market. There's 10 different markets. Each ward has its own main market, its own square, if you will. And all of you see a nicely dressed, apparently upper class couple walking, looking at the various items for sale. The female, a human couple, long blonde hair pulled back, one of those nets, a yellow dress with short sleeves and the past her knees, and him in a shirt and a vest and plain hose. You see that he loses his belt pouch and it falls onto the ground, apparently unnoticed by anyone, and it just sits there on the ground.
We all notice this?
Well, you notice it. I'm speaking to everyone, but none of you knows who anyone else is. And for the time being, we'll say that you are not right next to glued to.
Oh, I am. That's fine. That's why we're here. We wouldn't be here for any other reason.
So
we were discussing.
I would like you, Jason, you can tell me first. Maybe we don't have to text this. We can just go around. As you are looking at this stringy thing of meat that's hanging, that's been dried and is for sale, that it's not unusual, and then you notice that the pouch falls from the gentleman and they continue to walk, and the merchant doesn't see it and no one else sees it. There's a lot of people around, by the way. It's like it's a busy market day. Do you do anything?
I just watch and wait to see what happens. It's none of my business.
Okay, you wait for 5 or 10 minutes and it's still sitting there on the ground and they're gone.
I'm amazed that nobody has picked it up.
Do you continue on with your shopping, or do you just stare at this pouch for another 20 minutes?
I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm not really doing anything besides sitting on the ground watching people.
Okay.
Cobb, are we taking simultaneous turns right now, or are we doing this separately?
Well, I mean, I'm going to get around to everybody, so hold on.
Okay.
Daryl, your character is there, and you're looking at this pouch for sale because you just noticed that your pouch had a like a tear, and you noticed it, and at the time it was empty, so you're like, oh fuck, I need to wear out. And you went to market and you were looking over at the leather goods, and then out of the corner of your eye you look and you notice about 30 feet away that the same thing happened to a fine, upstanding, you assume, rich couple. The pouch falls from the gentleman and it falls to the ground.
As I realize that they don't notice it and they're moving on, I move toward it to pick it up.
Okay, well no one else has noticed it apparently. So you go right up to it.
Well, hey, there's a pouch right there. How about that? I was looking for a pouch.
Okay, what do you do?
I pick it up.
Okay. And do you do anything else with it?
I attempt to pick it up, and I'm going to walk the opposite direction of the couple and continue shopping.
Okay. Randy, same thing to you. What do you do, if
We
anything?
start at the very beginning. Are we starting at the very?
Yeah, you're
Are we
shopping.
starting at the very beginning, or
You're looking for some cat gut because you need to re-shoelace one of your boots that's just worn thin, and you happen to notice about 20 or 30 feet away this richly attired couple, and the pouch falls from the gentleman, but they don't seem to notice, and as a matter of fact nobody else seems to notice, and they continue to walk along the stalls. Do you do anything?
yes. I'm going to try to get their attention.
Well,
Excuse me, sir.
so you will move towards them, or do you scream it across
Yes.
the... How close do you get to them?
I'm not going to scream, but I'm moving towards them with my hand up. Excuse me, excuse me.
Okay, and the man turns around and he looks at you. Make me a charisma check. Our first roll. Here it goes.
Correct me. 22.
22. Okay. He looks you up and down. Kind of looks at his lady friend and kind of goes to put his arm a little bit in front of her, and he goes, "Yes."
Sir, you dropped your pouch right over here.
And he kind of looks past you and says, "Well, how do you like that?" And he says, "Hold on, dear." And he moves past you and goes and picks it up and then comes back and he says, "Thank you. You are
You're
most
welcome.
you are a credit to your family name, Mr.
Ravenwood.
Mr. Ravenwood. May the blend give you comfort." And he says, and then he stops and he reaches into the pouch and he pulls out a golden coin and he says, "Let me reward you." And he holds a coin out to you. Do you take it?
Oh, there's no need, sir.
He
I
says,
say there's no need.
"Wow, you really are a good person." And he says, "And for that, I must insist." And he holds out he says, "Take it and we'll both feel better."
If that's the case, then I would gladly accept.
Okay. And then he says, puts his hand up and says, "Come along, dear." And they continue to move and shop.
Do me before Chris. There's a reason.
What is it?
We do me before you do Chris. There's a reason.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
So the same thing happens to you.
I'll wave to you.
My liege, do you see that? I kind of motion in the direction of the pouch.
Yes, Covidius.
I'm done. I'm done.
And I would walk over and pick up the pouch, and I would walk after the couple.
Okay.
I thought.
You...
Upon getting to the couple... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris. You're fine.
Upon getting to the couple, I ask, "Excuse me, sir, I believe you dropped something."
And he turns
And
around
hold out the pouch to him.
Roll a charisma check, please.
We are both in our armor, by the way. Person tell you that too.
Rolled a 25 total.
All right. He says, well, I believe I did. Thank you. And he holds his hand out.
I pass it over to him, or hand it to him.
He says, thank you. And then he says,
it is apparent, by the way, I am wearing full armor, following how the, looking very decent.
that's, you look like you're, ready to... Are you expecting trouble? Are you a soldier?
Of my homeland, I am a soldier, but I'm here just visiting. Curious to see how other cities react. Well, how they prepare their troops.
Well, you'll find that here in Tila that there are many wondrous sights to see, and you certainly are one of them. He says, would it be a slight if I was to offer you a reward?
There would be no need for it. It is simply me assisting another city, as I hope you would assist mine, or any. Gosh damn it! What's the term? What's the word? Words evade me. In the same way that any other patron would assist.
Well, what about for your man?
No need, sir. Thank you.
Very well.
We're
He's like, are you all right?
Yes. Assisting other people is reward enough. Trust me.
Well, at least
And
tell me your name.
I am Rice.
I hope the blend.
And this.
I hope the blend sings you a sweet melody on your journey. The both of you. And he turns and says, "Come on, dear." So the same thing goes to you.
I move towards them, and not loudly, but I go, Sir, you dropped your bag."
He turns around and looks you up and down. Roll a charisma check, please.
20! Natural 20!
Uh-oh. Explode.
2.
All right.
You pretty much need to not roll those ones.
He says,
Oh, natural 20 is good.
Yeah, pretty good.
he says, well, I'll be. Look at you. And he moves past you and he picks it up and he says, "That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you. Yes, I must have dropped this by accident." He says, "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along." And then he like looks you up and down and he says, "How would you like to go have a drink with me and my wife?"
That would be great. It's your money. You can do with it what you want.
"What's your name?"
Tamar.
Well, Tamar, the lady and I will be more than happy to buy you a drink at the least. And he says, let's go to this little quaint little place right over here. He points to what looks like a tavern with some outdoor seating. Okay. So, we go back to Randy. A short time later, as you were leaving the market, a girl dressed in a courier's uniform from the Postal Guild walks up to you. You recognize that outfit, and she says, "Are you the man that retrieved a pouch for a couple just prior?"
I had found one and returned it, yes.
Then this is for you. And she holds out what looks like a rolled up piece of paper with a tied up and a bow. You take it, and when you take it,
I'll take it.
she leaves. Chris and Sean, the same thing happens to you. As you are leaving the market, a female employee of the Postal Guild approaches you and asks you the same question. Are you the ones that returned a pouch to a man and woman
Yes.
just recently? Then this is for you.
That would be us.
And she holds out a rolled up parchment. Do you take it?
I do take it.
She leaves. Jason, you eventually get up because you can't sit there all day. And if you do try to sit there all day, eventually it turns to night. What do you do?
I'll get shooter. When the couple leaves after they get their pouch returned, I'm just kind of like go off in their direction.
You didn't see any of that. You didn't see any of that. The pouch stayed on the ground.
Right. Well, I was sitting there watching it the whole time. What happened? I mean, I saw who picked it up.
No, you didn't. You saw the pouch lay on the ground. And you just sat there and watched it for a half an hour.
Well, I don't know how I can follow them. Did I see the courier people running around?
He's assuming that
You don't
everybody.
You
is
didn't
getting the
see
same
any.
pouch.
Nothing. You only saw what I
We were all at
described.
different places.
Did I see the guy in the big armored suit?
No.
Your
I just came
experience.
downtown, I guess. I don't know what else I can do. I mean, if I can't follow anybody, I'm just kind of like watching. I'm just hanging out.
Okay, how long do you hang out?
City. My character's not used to being in a city.
He's people watching.
So eventually the
I look
market closes up at dark.
I look like this.
I
My
understand.
robe underneath is blue. Yeah, and I'm wearing like a buffalo robe over the top of it. I look like I really just, like a weird bum.
A buffalo robe.
So it's starting to get dark. You've been sitting there almost all day.
I can only say this. If anybody noticed when that pouch hit the ground, I didn't even make a reach for it or even twitch. And
So
you'd think that somebody like me would have grabbed it.
Do you go ahead and fall asleep there on the side of the street by the market, or do you do anything else?
I'll try to hang out with where some animals are. horses, pigs, something like that.
Okay. Well, there is.
I won't do anything, and I'll if anybody causes, if anybody wants to hassle me, I'll be able to at least make it worth their while without causing trouble. I'm just hanging out.
No one seems to
I'm
hassle
lost.
you. The only thing that you see is as you get up and start to walk, looking for some animals to hang out with, you see several posts in the middle of the market, and there's a whole bunch of posters on them. And one happens to catch your eye. It says, help wanted, looking for a few good men or ladies. If you're a person of character, please come to 23 Elm Street.
Okay, that sounds like a deal. I could always just walk away.
So are you going to go to 23 Elm Street? Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. Those of you that got the letter, it says, your conduct today was exemplary. I am looking for a few good people. The pay is good. The job is unknown. If you are interested in going someplace you've never been and seeing things that no one has seen and figuring out what no one else can, please come to 23 Elm Street as soon as possible. So we'll start with Randy. You read the letter.
Okay.
Do you do anything after you read the letter?
I roll it up and then shove it into my pocket and ponder for a moment and walk towards Elm Street.
Chris and Sean, do you do anything after you read the letter?
Sounds good, boss. You want to do it?
So after I read it out loud, I ask, "What do you think?"
Sounds good. Let's do it. Unless you have other plans, sir.
I have nothing else. Could be a way of getting some coin to move on. So we then after that, I'd roll it up and proceed towards there, asking people for directions as needed,
Exactly.
or however else to get to the address.
Okay. Daryl,
Yes.
you are leaving the market. You
Okay.
happen to have what you think are some coins in this newly acquired pouch. You notice a nice, quaint little tavern on your way. And there's something about that tavern that makes you think it might be nice to stop in and just have a mug of ale before I go home.
I am ready for a meal.
So you go into this tavern, and as you're going in, there's you notice that the inside of the tavern is pretty crowded, but there seems to be some overflow seating outside. And as you look around, you notice a waitress is coming past a table towards one that she's just cleaning up, and you think, oh, that would be a perfect place to sit down. So
I get a seat and I wave for the waitress.
the waitress comes over and she says, "Howdy, what can I do for you?"
Greetings, lovely lady. I would like a bottle of wine, please, and a clean glass from which to drink it.
Well, looks like someone got their inheritance. And she turns around and she says, "I'll be right back." Okay.
And I take a moment at that point to open the pouch and peer inside to see what's in there.
Okay. When you open the pouch and you look in, you see several coins, and then you see like a little piece of paper that looks like it's been rolled up and it's tied up, and it's about this big, like the size of like a thimble or something. It's like a tiny little scroll.
Okay? I do not have the reading and writing proficiency, so is it assumed that I can read and write the Southern tongue, or is it the opposite? You can only speak.
Yeah, if you don't know how to read and write, then you don't know how to read and write.
If you don't have that proficiency.
Correct.
Okay.
So she comes
I
back.
will open the tiny scroll.
Okay. And
Go ahead.
it looks like scribbles, like you've seen signs and you've seen other things and people have read it, but you couldn't read it. So you know that this is some type of writing.
Writing,
some type
not symbols.
Yeah. And
Okay.
she comes back
I roll it back up.
She comes back with the wine and the tray and an actual glass. It's real thick though. It's like not like our glasses. It's like twice as thick and it's kind of heavy. Remember like the beer like a beer mug,
Like a Stein?
but it's
that you put in the freezer.
yeah. So it's like heavy.
Crystal.
And as you're putting the little thing back in there, she's like, "Oh, hey." And she points to the table right behind you, and she sets the wine down and the glass.
What's back there?
You turn and look, and you see the you see the couple whose pouch it is sitting there with some guy that you don't know, some elf. And the guy and the lady, they look at you and they say, "How much to arrest him?" Quick, make it snappy before he gets up.
I mean,
Will 20 gold suffice?
that's fine.
So he puts 20 gold out on the table.
Take 20 gold.
He's like, "Take half of it."
All right, I'll take.
Okay, the guy turns
And then I
around.
get up.
Okay.
I was like, you're under arrest.
Daryl, can you see him?
And
No.
No.
Only people on Facebook.
Are
can
they
see the whole
talking about
page.
me?
so
They can see what I'm doing? Okay.
I get up and I was like, you're under arrest. And I put my hand on my sword. We can do this easy or we can do this the hard way. I prefer this be easy.
The gentleman and the lady get up and they say, "Hold on now, hold on." And they walk over to you at the table. Are you sitting there calm, Daryl?
There you are.
Yes?
Huh?
He says
I
yes?
can't hear you, sorry.
He says yes?
I followed you here. I think this was yours.
Make me...
That's all they can see on the screen. It's just you. That picture's all they can
No,
I didn't see you sitting there
they're on
when
the
I came
camera up
in.
there.
Yes, that's all
And
they
I
can
stand
see.
up and I hold it out.
Just this picture.
I hold my hand out and I hand it to the man. I lost you in the crowd.
Make me a charisma check
You
for
dropped
me.
us early.
Make me a charisma check.
That is a 33.
Woo!
Damn, somebody got
Wow.
good charisma.
Okay. He says, so, he says, would you like to make some money?
Well, of course. Do you need a minstrel? I play, and I've moved my lute sitting there.
He says,
I strike a chord.
well, I do love music. And he says, and you are quite the dashing, handsome individual. But,
Reginald Xanthor at your service.
well, I hope that's true. And he says, you can keep the pouch, but if you want to make some real money, come with me and my lady, and we should talk business. Are you interested?
I like the sound of this already.
He says,
Shall I bring the wine?
I take my hand off the sword.
He
off
says,
the sword then.
you can keep the 10, but I'm going to take this other 10 back.
It's your money.
He says, if you gentlemen would follow me, please. And he goes over and picks his lady up, picks her hand up and escorts her out of the thing. And he says, oh, by the way, why don't you bring the wine too, Reginald?
I do. And I pour myself a glass.
All right. So, you all follow this man and woman.
Where is your gold listed at?
It might not be listed at all.
Okay.
It's normally at the end of your equipment list. Normally.
Okay.
So, little by little, after about 5 or 10 minutes, there's a knock on the door. And he turns to Reginald and he says, you make a wonderful first impression. Would you be a dove and open the door for me and let Mr. Ravenwood in, please? Or whatever.
Gladly. I go to the door. I swing it open. Greetings, Mr. Ravenwood. Please, come in.
Thank you kindly.
So as he opens
We've been expecting you.
So as he opens the door, I would like Reginald to describe what Mr. Ravenwood would see. And then I would like the opposite.
Okay.
And then I would like, as you two turn and walk into the foyer, you to describe what you look like. So, Daryl, you're first.
I'm wearing light-colored breeches and a loose-fitting tunic shirt with a wide-brimmed hat. Got a plume sticking out of it. I have a lute across my back and a pack with me. I've got high leather riding boots and a short sword on my belt. I'm a human with dark, long hair, shoulder length long, clean shaven. And I smile widely as I bow and offer you to come into the room.
Okay, as I walk in the room, you notice straight off that my ears are pointy. My hair is blonde, well kept. My clothes are pretty nice. The only thing that you can see on me is the dagger that I have. I'm wearing a very my shirt is very loose fitting, so it's very cool to see. You do notice that I'm wearing some gloves, which seems a little bit odd. And walk in. I'm probably average height for an elf. I'm just barely 5 foot tall. And I'm very skinny.
Okay, and then you.
So, as you guys turn around, you see a guy sitting towards a corner, if possible. If not, then a farthest chair possible from the door. So you see a guy. He's got something on underneath his clothes, but he's got like a black, like silk outfit on over whatever it is. It's got a cloak with a hood, and the hood's pulled over his head. His clothes are nice, but when you're looking in, you can clearly see he has black hair that's short, no beard, green eyes. He's clean and well taken care of. He has a sword, a short sword at each side, and he has a "I don't like to be messed with" kind of expression on his face.
Like a sourpuss?
Kind of like a scowl or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
And he
he
doesn't-
used it on you earlier.
And he doesn't say anything when people come in.
Okay. Please, Mr. Ravenwood, make yourself comfortable. Shortly,
Thank you.
there's another knock on the door. And the gentleman turns
I
to
glance at the
Reginald
owner.
and he says, Reginald, please, please answer the door and invite our new foreign friends and make them welcome in our lands.
I swing the door open and I say, "Greetings! Welcome! Come right in." And I bow and I flourish my hand.
And
I kind of look at
Like
you. I'm
the
assuming you're referring to us, Cobb.
yes.
Okay. I would be in front, and I kind of look at you and nod my head as I walk in with what's his nuts behind me. Go ahead and describe myself.
Yes, please.
So what you see is, I mean, it's kind of hard to depict. Well, what you see is a armor-cladded individual.
You talking about full plate mail armor?
No, we're not talking that.
Like a rope?
Yes. Basically, the official term is banded mail, but I don't know how known that is. And I mean, just looking at me, it's very obvious that I'm a soldier of some sort. And when I walk in, you see that I actually have a massive shield that I hold with me. as I walk in, I take my helmet off and kind of hold it at my side. The helmet is kind of covers my head, down my cheeks, but leaves the ears and the face open. And it has a red, I don't know what the official term is, but it looks like a Roman helmet. And yeah, the red mane, full on. And when I take my helmet off, it's pretty clear that I'm Elven. Outside of that, you notice backpack and a weapon at my side and a nice, I guess it would be cape cloak that's attached at the armor that drapes down my back. And you see one sword at my side. And I walk in, kind of just looking around. Go ahead, Sean.
I look identical except less regal. A little bit more worn, a little bit more possible battle damage. Not as bright colored cloths in between the bandings. 2 short swords. And a quiver next to my backpack. I also take my helmet off. I'm also off.
If you guys would like to look in the chat, in the Facebook chat, you'll see the shield.
Yes, I also have a large shield as well.
So these large shields,
No.
they're do they require 2 hands?
No.
It's like the classic Roman shield. It's curved and it's square. Basically, you do this.
Exactly.
Yeah. One-handed completely. They're actually designed with various other things.
I don't know where any shields are too. Not needed.
Like that?
There's no shield on that picture.
He's holding a shield. It's there beside him.
It's hard to see it, but yeah.
Let me look with you, Cobb.
Thank you.
As I close the door, I say, so many elves in one room.
Okay,
What a rare occasion.
gentlemen, if you could please make yourselves comfortable, and he motions to some chairs.
When he goes and sits, when Chris goes and sits down, I'll stand next to him. I don't fit.
As they come in, I nod to them.
I will take a shield from him, though, and I'll put both by me. A nod back.
I would hand it off to him.
Okay. And now there's another knock. And the gentleman
I get up and move toward the door.
says, now before you open the door, this one, be prepared for anything. And he turns and looks at all of you.
I put
You
a hand on my
very
sword.
silently giggle.
There could be any range of things. Please proceed,
I
Reginald.
reach for the doorknob.
I put a hand on the sword.
I reach into my chest and I thumb something into something else and I stand ready.
Okay, you open the door, Reginald, and
I open the door. I say, greetings! And I look to see who's there.
that would be you, Jason. What do you look like? You have a drawing.
I don't look this provocative with weapons exposed or anything like that, but I look like
Okay.
I have like a nice robe underneath this buffalo hide stitched together thing. I look like Pigpen.
I see flies.
But at the same time, I don't seem to smell bad. It's weird, but that's what it looks like. I look dirty, but I don't seem to be dirty. It's a weird thing.
To me, it's like a chimpanzee from War.
Welcome, Red. Please, come in.
Just for here.
I followed the bit from the marketplace. It told me to come here.
Following this person are what?
What was that, cop?
Jason, isn't there something that's following you?
Following me? Not actively, not at this time. No. I'm a nobody. I don't exist, basically. I'm a
No.
nothing.
Didn't you say you had little animal friends?
Well, I have a donkey.
Okay, so...
Right.
I speak animal languages. I don't know that I have an animal companion yet.
Maybe I
wasn't
misunderstood.
sure about that.
Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said you had some animals companions, but that's okay.
No, I speak 3 woodland animal languages.
All right. So never mind. I was under the impression like there was a dog and a lizard or something. Okay.
Oh my.
No.
Okay.
It's
So
me.
do you go
I'm not
inside?
checking his pockets.
Do you go inside?
Okay. Compared to, I look really shabby. I'm kind of like scratching my head, wondering what's going on.
The dog.
So you noticed right away, and he forgot to say so, but there is a canine with the guy in the corner.
You gave me some of that. There's a donkey meal or ass with a car horn. I don't remember.
Car horn.
I don't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that ain't mine.
Anyway, so...
Yeah, that's not mine.
And you also noticed the other people that we've previously gone through, Jason. And so the gentleman, you recognize the gentleman and the lady from the market who dropped the pouch.
I bow to them. You must be the benefactors.
I am, and I must ask, why didn't you pick up the pouch?
I don't need your money, sir, and I wish to see what would happen. It was a lesson for me.
And what did you learn?
That there are perhaps more beneficial people in this city than I believed before. They seemed interested in your well-being, and nobody's kept it for themselves that I could tell.
It's all a matter of perspective. What's your name?
Yes.
What is your
My
name?
name is Shadrach.
Shadrach. Well,
Most people call me Shad.
are you interested in a job, Shadrach?
I can be of help to you, yes. I must follow a dream that I had, and the dream has come true so far.
Interesting. Well, you all...
Are you human?
Yes, I'm human. I look to be in my 30s, but I'm probably older than I look. I look kind of worn out. I don't look like a city person.
Whether you all chose to be here or whether you were chosen, it matters not. You are here. And I'm going to assume you're here for the simplest of reasons. You would like a job, and you would like to not be bored in your job. If this is incorrect, speak up now, or we'll continue. Very good.
Please, go on.
Milady, would you please fetch us some sandwiches? We have business to attend to. When I ring the bell, you will serve us. And she gets up and she does a curtsy. And as she gets up, and I want all of you to make charisma checks, please. And I will ask for the numbers.
Tip my hat.
On a 20. And we'll start with you.
A 10.
10, okay.
Total.
And then we go to Daryl.
33 and a tip of the hat.
Holy shit, okay.
Wow.
Jason.
30.
All right. Randy.
26.
Chris.
Natural 20!
Explode.
And 2. So not anywhere good.
So what did the 20 plus give you?
29.
Okay. And Sean.
24.
Okay. As she curtsies, she gets up and she looks right at Reginald and gives you the, oh yeah, look, before she leaves.
My smile gets bigger if possible.
The man kind of looks at you and is like, don't be distracted, young man. There'll be time for that.
Seek adventure at every corner.
Yes, well, there will be time for that if you're successful. So, everyone here, in case, has everyone given their name to everyone else?
No, that never came up. He was telling who was at the door, but nobody ever introduced him.
Well, let me, and make sure this is what you want to be called. I don't care about false identities or if you're wanted or anything like that. All I know is whatever you want to be called, this is what you're going to be called. Okay? So, he points to you.
Tamar.
And then he points to Daryl. Just state your name,
You
please.
say Tamar?
Reginald Zan.
Jason.
Shadrach or Shad.
Randy.
Pick Ravenwood.
Chris.
Rise.
Sean.
Covidius, or COVID for short. I'm a killer.
Slayer of thousands.
What was your name?
Infecting
Covidius.
millions.
Okay, I'm going to pause right there because I have to go make my son's dinner. So,
Gotta go make.
you guys can discuss amongst yourselves if you want. I'll be right back.
Hey, Dan,
Yes?
Dan,
Yes.
I couldn't hear what you said your name was.
Same.
Tamar. Tamark.
I spelled it right,
T-A-M-A-R-K.
Yeah, K.
K-Mark?
Yeah,
Oh, I
K.
thought you said just Tamar. I got you.
And what are you? And I can't see you.
Are you human?
I'm human.
Or
I'm human.
Really? I thought you said elf.
No,
Who's an
I'm,
elf? Ravenwood is an elf.
Covidius and my liege are elves.
Rise.
Wow.
Elf? Wow. The dream is true.
What dream do you speak of, Shadrach?
I've seen all your faces before, but I didn't know who you were.
Hey, Reginald, are you human?
And I knew that I would only meet you.
I
I'm
am.
human.
And Shadrick, you're human too, correct? Shad, you human?
My people put my faith in.
Just say yes.
I'm human.
Gotcha.
So, huh? I don't know if you'd be able to tell when I am.
Sean was asking that. That's fine. I'm just trying to write down this here, dude. I'll figure it out later.
I think I'm a fiber of some kind is what I look like.
I mean, it's definitely what the two of us are.
I mean, it kind of looks like I probably have armor on underneath my, like, silk over.
Reginald! Are you still there, Reginald? Reginald left the room.
Hold on, I'm like 5'4", 180
That's your
pounds
son?
or something.
Yeah, he's on playing the game. He yucks it up with his friends online.
I look very young for a human.
Like what, maybe 15-ish?
17, 18. No. Very, very young.
I'm surprised. My age almost exactly right for me.
What did you see us doing in this vision of yours?
I just saw your faces that need to be with me. That's all I know. I'll follow it now. Maybe I'll have more dreams.
So are you a wizard?
My
that
people
you have these
put a lot.
dreams?
No. I'm a tree herder.
I'm not sure what that is.
What an interesting job.
I'm of the Great Order.
Do your trees move here? That you need to hurt them?
Well, some can, but
Really? I have not met any yet in this
We
past
don't-
year.
I am not of the city. I come from the woods, and I have come here to seek balance and to fulfill the dream. And so far, so good.
A tree herder.
No, we don't have that
I've spent lots
in
of
the far north.
No, we do not.
In the far north where we come from.
I've spent lots of time in the forest, and I've never.
I come from a
been
forest
tree herder.
north.
Reginald,
I come from the sea. I've been
Orient-
serving on the Myriad.
Just so you guys know, you talk as much as you want, but just let me know when you're done, and then I'll continue on with the exposition. So.
Reginald, might you be a bard? I see that instrument at your side.
I'm a minstrel. I can strum a tune for you. And I do.
I have not heard good music for a long time.
Same here. Very good. Very good.
I can do that all day.
That is quite good.
I make a living.
So perhaps we should tell each other what our
Music makes
skills
plants
are.
grow.
Or what?
I
our
noticed
skills
that.
are.
Sit on. Stay in here.
Perhaps we should tell each other what our other skills are, so we know what we may do on this job we're about ready to go off on.
Perhaps we should hear about the work first.
Agreed.
I'm an expert on plants and animals. That's my expertise. What more do you need to know?
Well,
Well, with your skills in paint, it's going to be kind of odd what we can help with.
I know the weather. I know the stars. I can read and write. I can speak the plants and animals.
How is it that all you elves wound up here?
I'm just a simple businessman here in the city.
What business are you in, Pick?
I have a small blacksmith shop.
Oh, very useful trade.
It's been a little slow lately, so I need to find something to do.
Are locksmiths like clocksmith in this town?
Oh, no.
Good.
They are more renowned than myself.
Time cannot be measured or contained.
Well, don't tell that to the people here.
A mechanism. You're a locksmith. You can make a lock unlock, can't you?
Yes,
Can a clocksmith make a clock unclock?
I'm not sure.
I don't believe
They,
so.
they control time, so I'm told.
I shake my head.
I have my doubts.
We are just exploring the lands to the south, see what else is out here, and looking for an adventure, I guess you'd say.
For the most part.
Are you killers?
I am.
No. Not by trade.
I'm a
Do
professional
you harm
fighter.
people by trade?
I'm a professional
Well,
fighter.
Vidius is. He said he is. You can tell, buddy. Look at him. That sword has blood on it.
Do you make sport of other men's deaths?
I
I do not.
I used
He, on the other hand.
to about 50 so years ago, but now I am a follower of Rise.
It is unwise to kill for profit.
Well, I don't kill for profit. I kill for protection.
It is not for profit.
I kill because it's my duty, or because I'm ordered to do
Glad to
so.
hear that.
Or because I'm ordered to
You
do
seem
so.
very heavily armed.
When you're
I'm
a
not-
soldier, you tend to be.
You are rather intimidating, if I may say so.
Well, if it prevents a fight,
Well-
all the better.
I do not try to offend you with it, but
Oh, no, but I would be afraid to bump into you.
that is part of the purpose then.
Well, you all seem to be getting along swimmingly. And with Reginald's soothing tones, I almost hate to ruin this little get-together with talk of business. But if it wasn't for business, I don't think we'd all be together in the same place. I personally don't care what your background is or where you're from. What I need are smart people that can get answers to something that no one else seems to be able to. North of here, there was a village. Was. A village that was like every other village. 200 to 300 people, tops. Farm animals. A well. And then one day, it disappeared. And I don't mean
Disappeared? The entire town or just the people?
the people.
Were the animals and crops unaffected?
They were heavily affected. For without the people, those animals that were free, they seemed happy. But those animals that were penned or chained or caged, and could not acquire food, they died. It's all about
But they were not
perspective.
missing like the people.
Well, I'm not so sure. I assume none were missing. But I'll admit I didn't have a head count of the chickens, Shad. So my job, my request, my reason for hiring you is to find out what happened, and then get me that information.
Are we to recover the people if possible? Or are we just supposed to return with the
I would be satisfied with knowing what happened, but if you can return the people, if that's even possible, I would appreciate it. And I think appreciation comes in the form of gold. That's something everyone understands. Obviously, if, like Shad, gold doesn't interest you, then you should make it clear what does, and I can try to make that happen for you. I can't promise you everything. The name of the town was Not Neff.
What's what?
Not Neff. Not Neff.
Not Neff.
Please spell that.
Notnef.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
It is probably 10 miles north.
Have I ever heard of this place since I've traveled this area extensively? Hunting crows.
Have the homes been gone into?
Hold on.
10 miles north.
Do you have any non-weapon proficiency which would give you an extra chance of success in knowing all the small villages?
No.
Then roll a d20.
I got a 12.
Okay. No, you ain't heard of Not Neff. Not surprising.
10 miles north of.
Here.
Has anybody gone into the homes?
Well, other than myself, I'm not so sure. I would think if it was known that the people were gone, then looters and bandits would go in and scavenge. But I have no
Surely.
I have no knowledge of that. I didn't know exactly. I don't know what each house had, or you understand. If a house is empty, we could. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if there's any signs of violence or destruction that might have led to.
I did not notice any.
Of the village.
I've been here. I have a reason for going there, but that reason is my own. That is not included in the price.
The sooner we leave,
Traveling
we
with us?
learn
Hold on.
the truth of it.
One at a time, Shad. Go ahead.
The sooner we leave, the sooner we will know the truth of it.
If you believe in time.
Would
Yes.
it be too much?
Daryl, you're up.
So will you be traveling with us, my lord?
No. No, I do not have the necessary skills to uncover such a mystery. I have eyes.
Is there anything in particular we should be looking out for?
I wish I had more information.
You said you had your reasons for going there. If there's something I can retrieve for you, please let me know.
I I would only state again what Tamark had asked. If you can retrieve the people, that would be wonderful. And I would make it worth your while. And that is the
So
timer going
information
off.
or evidence of some sort.
So hold that thought. Or talk amongst yourselves while I take care of the people.
If I have enough time when we get there, and I have enough time, I might be able to ask the Earth what happened.
How
The
long?
plants remember, don't they?
Well, how long would?
And there will be
enough time
animals that once lived there but are now free, and I can speak to them.
So what would be enough time?
I don't know, but I think that I can at least be helpful.
I guess a question for Kyle when he comes back. How long has this place been deserted? How long ago did this happen?
Yeah, I was listening to that also.
Good question.
Wrong question. They didn't like your question.
That's why I said we ought to leave ASAP.
Yeah, so less passage of time, the easier to kill.
We can get there today, I'm sure.
The strong march you can.
Who's watching cartoons?
I assume that's a timer for you?
Yes. Dr. Mario, man. Don't you know nothing?
Just make sure I'm wondering if it's
Okay.
versus somebody calling you.
Okay.
See how you voted.
So,
I have
How long has it been since this disappearance happened?
about a month.
If I may ask, what is your interest in this town?
I have a reason, but that is my own.
Understood. My apologies.
I would not be offended if you all chose not to take the job simply because I did not reveal that.
Well, I was planning on heading north anyway, so it kind of fits right in my schedule.
I
Here's what
must do what I must do.
Here's what I'm thinking.
I'm ready to go.
I'll give you each 50 golden coins up front. And then
Very fair.
if you come back with something that I believe and notice how vague that is, because that could be anything, I will pay you 10 times that.
Really?
I would be glad to accept that offer.
Sounds like we're in.
You are generous, my lord.
I nod towards him.
Sounds like I'm going to be shutting down my business for a while.
Very well then. I wait while I fetch the necessary paperwork. And he gets up and he rings a bell and he passes the lady as she starts to walk back in, and he kind of leans over and whispers something and then exits the room, and she proceeds to carry around a tray of some type of cups with liquids in it and offers each of you one. You take one?
Yes, I take
I
one.
accept.
Just smell it. Sip it.
I take it.
What does it smell like?
Yeah, I take it, but I don't drink it. I just put it down and smile.
If I smell it, what does it smell like?
Smells like wine, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I drink it then.
What about
I sip
you,
it.
Pick?
What's that?
Do you take some?
No, thank you.
All right.
It's against my order. Apologies.
She doesn't seem nonplussed about the answer. Yes?
So I drink it. Tastes good. Tastes normal. I'm fine. I move over to Shad. You mind? I reach down at your cup.
Take it.
I pick it
You
up.
seem thirsty.
I down it. I move over to Pick. I reach down for his cup and give him a look like, you gonna... What?
Go ahead.
I take his and move back over to my position and drink it a little slower.
Okay.
Your thirst is great.
It's a long road.
All right. So
Indeed.
she kind of moves off to the side and just politely stands there and puts her hands together in front of her and waits patiently for something. He comes back in with several pieces of parchment. These pieces of parchment, they don't look like normal paper. They've got a weird feel to them, a look. And he urges each one of you to come over and take a look. He says, it's just your standard work release. States that you're being paid 50 gold now, and then 5,000 upon returning with proof. You'll notice the clause here that says if you are killed or whatever, there's no transfer to next of kin or anything else. And you'll also notice that upon returning with proof, you agree to turn over the proof to me for it to be inspected for its truthfulness. So, and he presents the contracts to all of you, and you sign.
I read through it
Okay.
and then I sign it.
And
I'll
Reginald,
make my mark.
you can't
I write
read,
Rex.
but you
That's the only
give.
word I can write.
Okay. And Shad, you sign.
I make a rune. That's my name.
And Pick.
Do I read over it? I sign it?
And Rise.
I sign it.
And Covidius.
I ask a question. What if we fail?
Well, then you fail.
I sign.
You don't get paid for failure, unfortunately. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of rich people.
I understand that.
He takes each one, he bundles them up, and rolls them all up, and then hands them to her, and she exits the room. He then proceeds to walk over to a like a six-sided table, and you'll notice underneath it's got these doors. He opens it up and he pulls out a chest about this big, and he starts to. He motions each one of you to come over, and he counts out 50 golden coins and puts them all in your hands. And then he shuts the thing back up and walks back over and slides it into the table, closes the door, and then he says, so, I know, and this is the Dungeon Master. I'm going to back up and say he explains you have 1 year to complete. If you don't, then I guess you just keep the 50 coins and go on your merry way. So.
1 year.
Could you tell me his name again? I don't think I caught it.
He's never said it and no one's asked. Unless,
It was up.
Okay.
No,
I was
I don't-
thinking I just missed it.
I don't think anyone's asked him. And
Isn't the one in the letter that we were sent from the postal thing saying so and so?
not that I remember, no.
Or did she say, aren't you two the two that
Well, she said that, yeah.
does the name of the person?
No, he just said the man and the woman.
Okay. It wasn't in the contract anymore either, I guess? That we're working for him, or a specific person?
Well, if it was, I guess,
I'm just asking.
yeah, it might have been.
Well, I read the contract.
We have to wait.
And he's giving me
It might have.
my portion.
Might not.
I mean, you can't. I'm trying
I
to.
understand.
I'm trying not to just. Well, you forgot to say you were going to kill the guy, so he escaped. I'm trying not to do that.
Well, he's about to ask.
Cop.
Yes.
Is it that bad already?
No, it's fine. Uh
As
oh.
he's
Randy's
giving
asleep.
me my portion of the
Is he really? He ain't sure as hell is.
There's one!
This
One's
is-
down!
This is the most exciting game in the history of D&D. Go ahead, Daryl.
As he's giving me my portion of the payment, I ask him, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. I didn't catch your name, sir.
He says, no, you didn't.
Wake up, Randy.
Uh-oh.
Okay, then. I take my money and move away.
Wake up, Randy. Wake up, Randy.
What are you looking at, Bunny? Oh, he was getting a phone call or something.
You have reached the voicemail box.
Remember, he's on call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now.
So, that you asked that question, he just said, no, you didn't, and gives you a look. And you notice
I
that
accept it.
the
and move
look
away.
that he gives you is the same look that the woman gave you after she curtsied.
Well. And I move away.
It's more than I bargained for.
Are they human, Cobb, or are they elven? I
Or
thought
they dwarvish, or they half-orcish.
They appear to be
Are they
human.
kobolds?
They appear to be human.
Were they bugbears? Goddamn bugbears!
I think we would have noticed.
No, these people weren't hairy.
And they're everywhere.
Oh, no, they're bugbears, but they're wearing this human skin that makes them transform
there you go.
into human looking.
Right.
It's a
All right, so
Human
Oh.
mother.
magical suit of human skin. It lets them disguise themselves.
you all have signed a contract. The contract does not stipulate certain things, such as if you all go on this expedition together, what way you get there. I'm going to provide you very easy instructions how to get there, but that doesn't mean you have to follow them. There are multiple solutions to every problem. What one you choose to use is up to you. So he says, you'll notice on this map, and he pulls out another map, puts it on the table. Here's where we are. He says you're going 10 miles north and right on the coast is what's left.
What time of day is it?
It's after dark.
Okay. That's all I need.
So, unless
said
you have anything
Go
further,
right on the coast and then go left?
take the road up the coast.
Take road up coast.
Some people prefer to go by boat.
Wait, but he can't ride.
Yeah, Reginald.
But
He's metagaming.
I'm remembering. I'm committing it to memory.
He's cheating, Cobb. His character can't ride. He writes stuff down.
He's scribbling a picture of the
Thank goodness for
coastline.
playing.
X marks the spot.
unless you have any further questions for me, I think our business today is concluded.
Are we wanting to travel
Sounds good.
together then? Or
Hey, do any of you guys know any more? I've been hearing this rumor about a shop in Tila that sells enchanted items. Has anybody else heard about this, or does anybody know where that shop is?
I don't.
Every town has one, don't they?
yeah, every town has.
I don't know. I've
don't
not
know.
seen any such
This is the
thing.
only town I've been in for a while.
No idea.
I just haven't found it yet.
I know.
All
Yeah,
right,
shop
I'll ask
smaller
others,
amounts.
and I let myself out.
But it seems to be a possible rumor.
I follow.
I'm gonna leave with them.
Come.
Okay.
Once we're all outside, from sounds we're all leaving. If everybody goes outside, I'll ask, do we want to travel together again, as Mark said. I think it's probably safer, wiser. We should meet somewhere in the morning.
Definitely would be.
I mean, we are going.
I can tend your animals if you want.
Disappeared.
I don't have an animal, or we don't have animals. We'll be on foot.
I don't.
What does everyone else have?
I have my donkey, and the donkey is free to go whenever it wants. It's not like it's I don't own it, and it doesn't own me.
Did you stable the donkey when you came into town?
Well, it's wandering around somewhere.
What about you, Reginald? Do you have a mount or anything?
Who,
I have a
me?
horse.
Did you say you have a horse? Are you planning to take your horse?
I have the horse at the stable, yes.
What about you, Pick? Do you have a mount?
No, I be living in the city, I have no need for a mount.
I have no mount.
Yeah, I don't. Unless we need one, I don't plan to get one. Should just
I
be
have
a
no
day's-
need for one.
Should just be a
for
day's
now.
march.
They're hard to move through the woods with.
That's true.
That is good. I'm glad that you're not riding upon a beast to show it that you dominated.
I would like all
I'm not
of
right in a
you.
second.
I would like all of you to make a perception check, unless you have observation, in which case you would make that.
What's the just doing the 20 or what?
If rolling perception is a D30 plus your wisdom.
I'm gonna borrow
Oh.
a retire.
Plus your wisdom,
Can you just roll it?
plus your intelligence.
Like 34, Cobb. I high rolled the hell out of this.
Intelligence, you said?
37.
Wisdom.
Oh, wisdom.
Wait, what did you say, Carl?
He said wisdom.
Yeah, isn't it intelligence armor? I still remember being that.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Let me get the official jam here.
That's what it was the entirety of last time.
Yeah, I thought that was last game was intelligence.
Last game it was always intelligence. I know in 5th edition it's wisdom, but
It's whatever Cav decides it's going to be this game, I guess.
Let's see
Right.
what I said. Well, that didn't fucking help.
It was never wisdom, but I'm pretty sure it was intelligence.
It wasn't. That's what it was. Oh, last game. Oh,
All
last
right,
campaign.
make an intelligence check on a D30.
Can I reroll
I wouldn't think so.
it? Well, it is a lot better, though, I guess. Well, not a lot better, but...
Okay, what'd you get?
38.
That's a success. Reginald.
Now, is it plus intelligence or plus wisdom?
Intelligence.
It is a 36.
That's a success. Shad.
33.
That's a success. Pick.
With my observation, 27.
That's a success. Rise.
With my observation, 34.
That's a success. Covidius.
Well, it's better now that we're doing intelligence, but it's still only a 29.
All right.
That's not a success.
Okay, so those of you that are successful with on your observation, if you got a 30 or more, you notice that two things. One, there is an open door with a balcony, and on this balcony is the woman, and she appears to be looking longingly down at someone in your group. And that's
So we're right now, right?
that's what everyone noticed. If you got a 30 or more on your observation, or a 40 or more on your perception, you notice that there appears to be a worm-like creature crawling into the sewers next to the house. A worm the size of a person.
Oh, well, you said everybody knows.
Behold,
That's
blast!
not me, right? Because I didn't make...
You were unsuccessful.
So that when you said everyone, that's not me.
Yeah.
Alright, just make sure.
What'd you say, Shadrach?
Blasphemy!
Well, he didn't see that though. He only got a 32, right?
Oh, yeah, no. I don't think anybody got a 40 on their perception.
Nobody.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw the woman. My bad. I just saw the woman. My
That's
bad.
okay.
Don't yell at the lady.
I think Chris was the only one who rolled.
Blast!
I stare back at the woman on the balcony for a moment.
What are you guys looking at?
I'm pretty sure the only one that saw the worm was
Oh,
me.
there's one
And
on the
I immediately pointed out to Covidius.
The what?
COVID, look. I point towards the sewer to COVID,
Did I
and I have my hand on my weapon.
It looks like a sewer hole in the side of
So I
the
didn't see
street.
nothing on that.
I'm sorry, not a sewer hole, a fucking where the water goes.
Sewer hole.
Is it called?
Drainage return? Drainage?
Storm drain.
Yeah,
Storm
Storm
drain?
drain.
storm drain. That's it.
Like where the curve ends and there's a slot for it to go in. But I didn't see anything crawling into it.
You did not. Whenever you look, it looks just like a hole in the.
What did you see? I don't see anything.
It was a giant worm creature. It was as big as one of us.
Yeah, are you saying this loud enough the rest of
swear.
us can hear it?
I
Or
thought
are
I
you
had the
saying
3
it-
drinks.
Chris, were you saying that loud enough
Yeah.
the rest of us could hear
Yeah, we're not talking figuratively.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't see why not. Anybody could hear it.
Did I hear him say that?
Yes, he said it. He said it was just talk. Hey, Covidius. So I would think everyone could have heard it.
Unless you're deaf, dumb, and blind, and
I'm going to cast a spell.
and playing pinball.
You're going to cast a spell. What spell would that
I'm going
be?
to call upon. I'm going to call upon the Great Bird to detect a predator.
Okay. Do you happen to know anything about that spell? Give me those books.
Range 60 feet. If there is a predatory creature within 60 feet, I'll know it.
Oh, it's 60 feet, 6 inches.
Oh. A pitching worm. It's called Detect Predator, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Casting time 1.
Okay. Sounds like a reasonable
Request.
reasonable spell to me.
You realize this is an 8th level spell, right?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay. Uncommon for seagoing priests or those from underwater cultures.
Seagoing.
Underwater?
Seagoing.
Yeah.
Oh well.
All right.
You'd think by description that wouldn't be
Do you
sea only.
have spellcraft?
Yes.
Okay. Roll a spellcraft check.
Is that a D20 plus spellcraft?
It is.
1 moment. Okay. 24.
Okay. So
Sounds like you're singing back there.
you are casting this spell, and you are attempting to use a spell or come up with a way to use a spell that you normally are unable to cast. So because of that,
I mean, if I don't cast that, I'll just cast Detect Evil.
no, it's fine. The spell. Okay.
Don't laugh.
You
Really?
you whip out your holy symbol. And what do you say?
I say, reveal to me what he has seen. Show me this creature.
You see your eyesight as if zooming forward into the ground, and you get the sense that your eyes are burrowing before they come to rest upon a worm, and you think to yourself, this is nothing but an earthworm. But as your senses pull back in a flash, you realize that this earthworm has a gaping maw with rows and rows of sharp teeth. And there might be something bigger coming towards the surface. And the spell ends.
I fall to my knees and grab my face and say, the vision is true. A great worm comes.
Huh?
I pull my swords out.
What? Is the woman human or elven, or do we lock eyes?
She appears to be human, and yes, you lock eyes. I guess you guys are...
I'm looking around, waiting.
I would like Rise to roll a d10.
Rolling a d10. Am I adding anything to this?
Nope.
Okay. I rolled a 3.
Nice. Okay, so if you have a reaction adjustment on your dexterity, okay. Where is it?
Worms. Worms.
Nice.
Worms in the earth.
Okay, here we go. Okay. If you have a +1 to your reaction adjustment, which I think you need a dexterity of 15 to get
16.
that. 16?
Or
Okay.
greater. Yeah.
You can state an action. Because you sense that something is happening, the ground is shaking. If you do not have at least a dexterity of a 16, you're surprised. So, you stated you're drawing your weapons.
I drew my weapons and I'm waiting for something to attack.
And what's the action?
I mean, I saw this.
Hold on, Jason.
If I see a creature, I will attack it.
Okay.
So he said there's this something happening, so,
All right.
draw my swords and if I...
Reginald, are you able to move or are you surprised?
I am able to move. As I feel the ground start to shake, I draw my short sword and prepare myself.
And do you have an action?
Attack if I am attacked.
Okay. Shad?
I'm going to, if the worm appears, I'm going to cast a spell.
So your action is to cast a spell, and that's what you're readying. All right. How about you, Pick?
How close am I? Where's the closest building?
You're just like 12 feet away from the door of the house that you just left.
I'm going to move close to the building and draw my dagger.
Okay, that's your movement. Do you have an action?
My action will be attack if it comes close to me.
Okay. Rise?
I draw my weapon, and if I am threatened by the creature, then I attack.
And Covidius.
I'm at Rise's side, sword and shield at the ready.
All right. Shadrach, roll initiative. Roll a d10.
D10. 4.
4? Okay. So,
Do I add anything to that?
no. All of you are great. Pick is the only one that said he was moving, so he moves over to the house. You all ready yourselves, expecting an attack. You're waiting. You're waiting. And then the end of the round
Ground
comes
just
and nothing
shakes, huh?
happens. The ground shakes and then
What you saw
it
before
stops.
your eyes did not deceive you.
Does anyone want to do anything?
That was weird.
I'm staying ready.
The hell was that?
I have no idea, man.
Your
What
eyes
did
did
you say
not
about the
deceive you.
giant worm? Shadrach, what did in your vision, your dream? You said, it's true, the worms are coming. What do you mean?
The
It
ground.
was driving through the earth with a mouth that could swallow a man. He saw it. I know he saw it. I saw it. Did you
Where?
not see the great worm rice?
I did see it. I saw it go into the drain.
So it was true. And I saw it as well. It's there. And I believe this is connected to what we must do now.
Well,
It is a skirt in the earth. It is unclean.
Well,
I'm not going down in the sewers like this.
No,
Tell you
we must
what.
go to the village. We must go to the village. The truth is there.
I'm all for that. I'm getting,
tell you what.
I'm getting it in at the other side.
Let's all go somewhere else, stay for the night. We meet at the north gate and prepare to leave in the morning. Is that agreeable with everybody?
Cover their bells this time. Like, every so often. No.
Generally speaking, if something was watching us, dispersing away from each other would give it more of an easier chance to pick one of us off. So I would suggest we group at the same end, if possible.
That is up to you.
Let's go with these.
I'm going to go find an end. You all are welcome to join.
I leave with him or wherever. Let's go with these, yeah. Just remind me about Scope with these.
And at hearing no other things, I began walking, trying to find an end.
I too, and I keep my sword out for a moment. Tell him.
Reginald, I have something for you.
What is it?
I give him my 50 coins and say, here, you can do more with this than I can.
Are you sure?
Yes, let's go find a place to stay.
Okay.
I don't deal in coins.
My
Coins are
horse
for
is
other people.
stabled. Cobb, is there an inn where the horse is stabled or near there?
Yes.
I'll stay with his horse.
I'll go that way then.
All right. You find lodging, not an issue.
I'm gonna follow the soldiers.
Okay. And the soldiers, you were just looking for lodging, right? Or were you looking for something in particular?
Ask my lord.
Nope, just regular lodging.
All right. You find it. You can have whatever kind of lodging you want to pay for.
Just common. Well,
My lord, we just got 50 gold.
slightly above common. Slightly above common.
I can feed myself, Reginald. It's all right.
What about you, Pick?
Very good.
How much is common lodging?
Pick, you there? Where are you going?
Randy!
Did you see
Randy?
Did you see earlier when he was that off? Somebody shook him. The chair was moving like,
Yeah, he might have.
Dang it.
Hello?
All right.
You went
When I pay for my room, I'm going to ask the innkeeper. I hear there's a shop in town that sells really neat stuff, really cool enchanted items. You ever Heard of that? Anybody talk about that or where it's at?
Roll me a D30.
The pick has a business here. Doesn't he
17.
have a house here?
Woo!
How much? Reginald, what'd you get?
17.
17? Okay.
17.
The innkeeper says, "Oh, there's a lot of shops in Tila. What? I mean, can you be more specific?"
Enchanted items.
Oh, yeah, I've
This
heard
guy
that.
Steve I knew, he had a dagger that would always hit the target.
I've heard that too, but I don't believe it. I think that's just one of those local legends that they can sell tours around.
Well, I guess maybe I'll look more in the morning.
Well, good luck to
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Good luck to you, young man.
Pay him his money.
All right. I'll just say it's what kind of place do you want to stay in?
Standard room. Shad, are you sure? Come on, well, I'll get 2 beds. Come up and have a bath. We got hot water here. I know that they do have, some places have running water, so if this place has a room with running water, I would like to pay for that.
Shad will accept his gift, and at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll go back out to the stable.
All right. Reginald, 1 gold. We'll pay for the 2 of you.
Okay.
And
Slightly more expensive, so like whatever the next step up above common is.
2 gold.
What does that give us?
Okay.
Woo!
What does that give us?
Yeah, what's the difference between 1 gold and 2 gold?
Well,
And amenities.
Oh,
it's
like
the 2 gold bed.
a bowl of water, another bed, windows that open,
Nice
possibly.
painting on the wall.
Yeah, just cleaner, you know.
7 channels on TV plus HBO.
Well, if you're taking a 1 gold, you're not in the same place that they are then.
Oh, that's all I got there. Alright.
No test pattern after 3 o'clock.
Okay, so Pick's already asleep, so that's great.
There's television.
As you guys settle in, you do your normal thing as far as staying in a room, whatever that might be. Is there anything that...
I'd like to cast a spell at some point.
It sounds like I wanted to cast a scrotum.
What spell?
Ceremony on me.
Okay, what does that do?
First, I don't have it. I have it on the list here. I'm pretty sure it gives me a bonus for like future. I'll look it up. Hang on. It's not important that it happens right now. Just hang on.
I think you have to cast.
Ceremony doesn't do a whole hell of a lot.
I thought
It does better than nothing.
I thought you cast that with other.
I'm at 14. That's all.
Y'all would know better.
A vision. Then I'll go to sleep.
I think it's one of those you cast with.
Let me check my second levels real quick. I can
Okay.
cast, well, all that stuff's quick. It's spur of the moment stuff, unless I do moon dance. Moon dance is crazy.
Well, ceremony takes
That's
an hour to
that's God
cast.
specific.
Ceremony takes an hour to cast.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll do that and then I'll go to sleep.
Okay, so the ceremony spell, it doesn't do anything for you. in this time. The spell is not useful for your nighttime ritual. I'm not, unless you can,
Okay.
unless you can explain to me what it is you're trying to do.
As I go to bed and as I go down to sleep, I pray for dreams and guidance.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So, anybody else?
I'm gonna try to find a hourly companion.
Okay.
Since I'm leaving town, and this will be the last chance for that.
Okay. Do you have city familiarity?
No.
Roll me a d20. Okay. So, how much effort do you want to put into finding this lady of the night?
An hour.
An hour. Okay. So, you ask around and you're given various answers, but eventually you are... You know what? No. Make a charisma check and please roll a critical fail.
20?
No, a 1 would be a critical fail.
No. 20.
Yes, a d20.
No, but it's a 12 total.
Okay. So, after asking questions
One,
and
I
poking
get
around and whatever,
Attacked.
you do manage to track down a lady of the night, and as long as you are willing to pay.
Randy's back.
She is willing to do whatever. So, what kind of time do you pay for?
An hour.
How much gold or what have you do you put into? Are you just going for a standard wham bam thank you ma'am?
Yeah, I don't want any extra.
You don't want any whistle splits or slip
No
sloogies or
crazy
crinkles?
shit.
Okay.
Just 20, some
So
standard companionship.
3 silver coins. And you bust the nut and you go and you leave. Anybody else?
Randy's back. He had to go get on a computer to answer some alarms. He's on call.
Pick, are you there?
Yes.
So the group left, and so the Covidius and Rise and Tamar went to one end. Reginald and Shad went a different way. Where are you going to spend the evening?
I'd go back to my apartment.
All right. I would like you to roll a d30, please, and please roll a 1.
21.
No. All right. So, after a night of some fitful dreams, other people sleeping like a baby because they haven't been in a actual bed for a while, you come to consciousness and you're ready to start a new day. So, we'll start with Shad and Reginald. What do you want to do today? Reginald, you're first.
I put on my leather armor. My breeches kind of fit over it, and so does my loose-fitting shirt. I get all my gear together, make sure my everything's in there, and I don't leave anything in the room. And then I will get my horse and make my way to the northern gates.
So I might have been misinterpreting. Was Shad sharing a room with you?
Yes.
Okay. So
I think he left the room.
Yeah, when you get up, I'm not there.
that's right. Okay.
But when you get to the stable, packed up and ready to go, and I'm standing there talking to your horse.
Okay.
Okay. What are you saying
I
to the
saddle
horse?
him up and brush him off.
What are you
I'm
saying?
ready if you are.
What are you saying to the horse, Shad?
I'm saying your master is kind, I can tell. He treats you well. Be nice to him.
All right.
I also asked the horse friend.
Do you have any abilities which allow you to communicate better with this horse?
I can speak to animals, yes. And I'll do it.
And can they speak back to you or no?
Yeah. Yeah, they can understand me. They can at least understand me. And like I say, I tell him that his master is a good master. And, be my friend and I'll treat you well. And you have nothing to fear and I will treat you as well as I would treat any man. And I'll leave it at that.
All right. Roll me a charisma check with advantage.
It's plus my entire charisma.
Correct?
31.
31. Well, the horse,
You know he gets rolled again.
did you roll twice?
No.
Roll twice and take the best of both rolls.
All right. Well, 31 was the best.
Okay. This horse, even though it looks sad, you kind of gather that it's very appreciative of what you had to say. And it's probably really, really wanting you to be its friend.
I'll never ride it. I would never ask it to.
Hey, I see you've met Rocket.
It's a beautiful animal.
Yes, he is. I brush him out.
A smart animal.
Indeed.
All right.
Treat him well and he will do you the same. I can tell.
And I will just walk with the animal, leading him, not riding him through town. Stop at a fruit stand and get an apple and some grain. Make my way to the gate.
All right, so in the other end, Rise, Covidius, and Tamark, you awaken, and do you do anything I need to be aware of?
Morning ritual.
Morning ritual.
What is that?
Cleaning, praying to Nemesis. Then getting our gear on together and heading out.
Are you, when you say you pray to Nemesis, are you like asking for something, or are you praising whatever Nemesis is, or
Thanking her, asking for her continued protection and foresight into whatever adventure she's sending us on.
okay?
Like that. Always assuming she's on
Basically the same thing
knows
here.
everything and everything we're involved in. She's either got a hand in it or knows about it, so we're just giving her due.
Go ahead, Rise.
All I'm saying is basically it's the exact same thing for me. I pray to her and thank her for everything that she's given me, and ask, and basically just say that I will continue to serve you, and then enact enact your ways upon the land. Follow your dogma, so to say.
Okay. Chad, do you take any time to pray this morning?
Yes, every morning at sunrise,
How long do you need?
if I can.
How long do you need to pray to get your mana back?
I would say since I've only cast just a couple of small low spells, just probably an hour at the most.
The
But it's routine.
The rules are you have to pray.
That's my minimum.
The rules are you have to pray 15 minutes per spell per level. So if you cast a first level spell,
Yeah.
if you want to be able to cast all of them again, you would have to pray for at least 15 minutes. So
Yeah, no, I pray for an hour. And that's more than enough.
okay. And what about you?
I cleanse myself. Yeah.
All right. What about you, Tamar?
I get up, I go over to the second bed, I pet my dog for a little bit, I put all my armor and everything on. I head out, I'm going to get a little bit of food for him, like treats, and then I'll be heading to North Gate.
All right. And last but not least, pick.
Well, we meet up with you in the morning outside
I will
the inn.
I
get my
probably left
other armor
before
on,
you guys
grab all my gear.
are done with your thing.
The one thing
I was hoping
before I
Right,
leave
don't
is
take long.
actually go to my landlord and give him 5 gold pieces in advance for my rent and tell him if he'll keep an eye on my place, I'll appreciate it.
Okay. He says, you going on one of them lock picking things again?
I've been asked to go on a quest to help somebody out, so
I don't want to know, Sonny. You just go on. Just in case someone comes nosing around.
yep. This has been slow, so I don't expect anybody will come looking.
Well, maybe it's good business is slow.
Well, when business is slow, it's hard to make the rent.
Well, then I guess you better get moving.
Exactly. Please keep an eye on things, and I will see you soon.
All right, and you head off, and I guess you all gather up at the northern gate out of the city, and there you are.
Morning, everyone.
Vic, you have a dog.
That is my dog.
Your dog have a
I
name?
didn't see him in the building before.
Pet.
Your dog's name is Pet?
Is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
A fine animal.
Then why don't we get on our way?
That's all we plan.
All right.
And I start walking. I follow the trail that was picked out on the map, and I start marching on north.
All right.
You're conspiring.
As you all leave the relative safe confines of the city, obviously some of you are used to traveling overland. Some of you may not be as well traveled. but it seems like a relatively easy thing. All you have to do is keep walking. And the road is not your typical muddy, dirt, 2-lane road. Apparently someone had the bright idea to gather rocks from either the ocean or from somewhere and place them along the road, making the road much more smooth, even, almost safe. You've heard tale of the Great Northern Road and often wondered what was the point of putting rock down on a road, because all it does is destroy the hooves of the horses that have to walk upon the rocks. But it becomes quickly apparent that there is a lot of large wagons and heavy vehicles that are on this road. Apparently there's something north of here that is worth going to. And it wouldn't match up with what you received as a description of the town of, what was it, No-Neff?
Not enough.
Not enough.
Not
Not enough.
Not that. N-O-T-N-E-F.
But the though they are loud and a little bit unsettling, the large horses that pull the large wagons don't seem to pay you guys any mind at all. And you seem to be making good time. When we have Rise roll a d12.
Rise will grow. I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Close. But
dang it.
the first part of your journey happens uneventfully. The question would be, will you continue to move through the entire day, or would you like to stop and take a rest and possibly eat something at midday?
I think that would be smart. We should be able to make it there by nightfall.
I ask the others in the party, and I say, would you all like to rest?
I move as you move.
Sure. I'll let my horse nibble on some grasses while we take a break.
Just long enough to grab a small bite.
Any chance to take a quick nap is all right with me.
All right, so
Alrighty.
you all
I ate a little bit of salted pork.
get off the road and you make yourselves comfortable.
I will note Shadrach does not like to walk on the road, and he walks about a foot off of the road unless impeded otherwise.
Noted. The break is well timed. Even for those of you with endurance, you still have the pangs of hunger and thirst, of course. And as you travel, you realize that about half of your water skin is gone. If you wanted to look for a place to refill your water skins, or if you had other means of doing so, certainly you could do that now. Or you could finish up your meal and continue on.
Keep an eye out for a stream on our travel or anything that would produce water on our way.
Well, that's not hard to do. There's
if any bridges or creeks or anything like that would fill up as often as necessary. And that's what I would do.
I can provide water for all of us if necessary, or tell you if the water you drink is pure.
I would like Reginald to roll a d12.
One.
Yeah, if there's a chance of the water's
Yeah. All right. So you travel on, and you feel like you've been traveling. It's probably like the sun's on its way down. It's been a couple hours, and some of you who do not have endurance, you're starting to get near the end of your water when a nice cool stream spanned by a wooden bridge lies ahead of you. It would be absolutely no trouble to
just in time.
walk down the edge and fill up your water skins and keep going. Do you?
Yeah.
I do fill up my water skin.
I detect if the water is pure.
Are you casting a spell?
It's not a spell, I get it at 3rd level.
It's
Time to do the produce.
Oh.
Time to do the produce.
I can detect plant and pure water.
How do you detect it? Do you sip it?
I just probably
It's just an ability. It's just an ability.
Yeah, it's an ability for druids.
I understand that. I was asking you as a player and your character how you did
I
it.
think I could just probably just look at it, or if I have to taste it, I can just like take a taste.
It tastes like horse shit. Oh yes, there are horses.
He
up
has to
here.
dip the tip of his penis in it, and he can tell you whether it's safe to drink.
I mean, I can create water. It's not a big deal. I can create a lot of water.
Can you create water for free?
That's such a good.
Because if we don't need it, we don't need it. Save it till there's a time when we
All
don't
right,
have water.
so Chad, you see the people you're traveling with start to unstop their water skins, and you're saying, "Hey, hold on, let me check this out." And unless you wish to go into detail of how you do this, I can give you an example of how to role play this out. What would you like to do?
My example would be to just simply dip my pinky finger in and taste it.
Okay. Well, it certainly tastes like water. But then you get a little bit of an itch, and you look down, and this little connection forms between you and your holy symbol, and you put your hand in the water, and you concentrate for a second, and you realize that the water it's not pure. There's something amiss with this water.
I draw my hand out and say, "Don't drink it. It's a trick."
A trick?
Huh?
How can water be a trick?
It's not pure. This water is unpure.
You
I've drink it at your peril.
you start to get down close, and you sniff the water, and you cup some in your hand and you look at it.
Can I cast a spell?
You can if you want. I was just going to say you
Okay, the poison effect.
You detect that there must be some type of human interaction fouling the water just up to the right. You see a
So
stream.
pollution. Almost a dead body, maybe.
And you're thinking that there is some kind of farm because you're getting a distinct hit of animal urine, and then yes, it hits you. There's some kind of scent of death in this water.
I point in the direction that you indicate and say, we must go there. The uncleanliness is there.
Why would we want to go there?
Why would we go there?
The water
just
is tainted by death. The water is tainted by death and poison, and it's there.
So we should
We
go
will find
that way.
it there.
I look up the stream. Does it just look like a farmhouse?
The stream kind of goes off into a wooded thing, so you can't really see past 100 feet.
Maybe what is
Okay.
taken.
Drink this water at your peril, warrior.
Half a day's travel from the other one.
I wasn't planning on drinking it, but
Not anymore.
Just an
Something has happened.
observation is perhaps
Death in this water.
perhaps what has taken the other village has visited this place, and maybe it would give us some part of knowledge as to our.
Great. Now we gotta check this place out because that makes sense.
I'll get on my horse and I'll start going along the edge of the stream that way to see if I see any bodies or debris.
So as you get on your horse and you cross the bridge,
Beware.
and then you go and you see where there's another stream that's coming into this stream. Actually, you wouldn't cross the bridge. You would just get on your horse and make a right and start going up this stream
Should we follow him?
until there's another little stream that joins. And at that point, the woods, like the stream is like going through and it's cut down in a little ravine, and you would either have to ride the horse down in the ravine or leave the horse there at the edge of the woods if you want to continue.
I turn back and head back toward the group.
Well,
Any news?
You make it.
I didn't see anything, but it gets thicker. It goes into the woods. I couldn't really keep riding.
I take a look at the river. Did he go upstream or downstream?
I believe you when you say that it's tainted.
Upstream.
There's death there.
Okay. All I know is this is not our job. Our job is not to find this out. It is to go investigate the village.
I believe there's a clue here.
Could be it.
This is a taint of the land from natural.
As I stated,
As the worm was a... I saw what you saw, warrior. Now see what I see.
as I stated before, perhaps what has taken the other village has come here, and this might lead us on some kind of clue that we need.
I agree. We should check it out.
Sometimes things that don't have a connection that you don't see.
My concern is that it's a taint upon the land.
Yeah. Rise, what do you think? Should we go check it out? I'm game.
I start marching upriver.
It'll put us behind. It won't be till the next day that we arrive at not enough.
It's been a month.
We
Most
have a
of the
year.
things are gonna have.
I start marching upriver.
Just saying, it means we're supposed to not there.
Yeah,
I follow.
I follow.
All right. So,
Onward.
hearing no objections, you all start to walk, you make the right before crossing the bridge. And then you get to the point where
So
the other
we're
little...
following the stream up, right?
Right now you're following the stream that the bridge would have crossed. Then you come
The
to...
one that,
Correct. So,
when we get to the point where I have to get off the horse, I'll lead him through the creek.
okay. So, does everyone get down into the creek and
Do we have to get into the water?
you can walk along the banks? It's, like I said, the trees are thick enough to where it will impede your progress, but you can certainly go.
How wide is the stream?
And the shields that you carry aren't really made for this kind of area, but you can still go.
So, does the bank sit up higher than
The water,
Yeah, you said
Yeah.
it was like a ravine. So how high?
3 feet.
Yeah, I'll walk on a bank, that's fine.
The
How fast,
I'm
Yeah, I walk on the bank.
I'm picturing like what goes behind the elementary school.
Okay. I'm gonna stay on the bank.
how fast is the water moving?
Not that fast, pretty lazily. The creek bed itself is, the water is shallow.
How wide is it?
15 feet?
15?
Yeah.
Do trees cross the creek? Like touch on both sides?
I would say at this point there are some tall trees and maybe some of the upper branches might, but it's sporadic and not, it's not like it's a canopy.
Okay, I'm not doing anything. I'm just kind of walking along the south side of the creek,
Okay. So,
looking for the farm area, looking for the farm or the dead body or whatever the source of the corruption is.
well, as it turns out, it's not that difficult to find. You see up about 60 feet ahead where the creek straightens out, and you see what looks like a gray, bloated, decaying, rotten, giant worm laying in the creek.
Behold!
Can you give me a size? When you say
Does it look like the one I saw?
The one you saw was small. This one looks like it's maybe 30 foot long.
How big around? Car size?
Damn.
Almost the whole creek. 10, 15 foot wide.
Blasphemy!
Smokes!
But it's
The vision was true!
it's obviously
I'm glad
dead.
it's
I
dead.
gotta ask you a question. What color is it?
It's like a gray, rotting thing. So, certainly having seen other, like, dead animals, you know that they change color.
Pretty smelly too. I
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
imagine. That's too big to do anything
Hey,
with.
everybody stay here.
Are there any crows
I'll be
around?
right back.
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna go see where it came from. I'll be right back. It's just the less people move around, the easier it'll be for me to tell.
This thing's 30 foot long and 15 foot across. I think it'd be pretty obvious where it came from.
Well, I can also tell if there's other things with it as well.
I'm looking for crows or
It's
squirrels.
just the less people move around it, the easier it'll be for me to tell.
Go do your thing. We'll wait.
So I cautiously move up to this, and that will be trying to hide and sneak, if possible, through the woods, as to not draw attention.
Okay. Are you going to use any abilities to do this?
I will use my hide and sneak.
So, hiding is you stop moving.
Or, okay, move silently through the trees.
Okay.
and I need a 27.
Well, you certainly think you're moving silently.
So I get up there, and when I get within like 10 or 12 feet of it, I'm going to start eyeballing everything and looking for tracks, signs of movement, things that I understand in the area. So, and I'm going to try to use my tracking proficiency.
What is the tracking proficiency going to do for you?
What I'm hoping is I can see if it was just this worm or if there was other things that had moved through this area with it. You know, so if it was like the worm, if there was worm and humans, or worm and some other kind of creature that moved around.
Go ahead.
It, you know.
Roll.
So I got a 28.
Okay. The only tracks that you detect are what appear to be woodland creatures that might have come up to inspect this thing before leaving.
After looking all around for that, do I see a reason for it to be dead? It's obvious, or has it got like cut marks in it, or?
Nothing as you inspect it, although now that you're up close with it, it smells really bad.
Oh, yeah.
And you need to roll me a d10.
A 5.
5? Okay. Do you have a reaction adjustment of +3?
I have +1, but here's something I wanted to ask you at the beginning. Is my kit gives me alertness for free, but it's not on my sheet.
Okay.
So that
Alertness
should help me.
reduces your chance to be surprised by 1 if you make your proficiency check. So roll it.
When I have the option, I'd like to speak to the rest of the group.
So I got a 14 on my roll.
Okay. So your 5 becomes a 4, but it's still, you don't have a +3. And the reason that this is something is that I will get back to you. Go ahead.
I wonder if this creature, perhaps it drank the water and died from it. Wouldn't that be something? I'm saying that to the rest
I'm
of
not
the group.
I wouldn't know.
It's just a thought.
Did you
I'd
possibly
ask
tell
you know.
Mr. Wildlife Extraordinaire?
This is the blasphemy, and I point to the worm. What more need you know?
Because you see a dead worm laying in the water. I mean, what if it drank the water and it died from the water? What if there's something else here going on? Did you have a vision of this too?
Here
Where
then.
did you like this come from?
Wait.
I don't know.
I shall go further.
Our scout is apparently
and
out
detect the
looking
water.
for its trail.
Are there any crows or squirrels around, Cobb?
Maybe a perception check.
$24.
You don't see any.
Those things really stinks.
All right. I'm going to go upstream, above the worm, if anybody will come with me. Whether or not, I'm just going to go up there above the worm where it's dead and again detect if the water is pure.
I'll walk with you.
Well, I might remind you
Go
that,
about
Tamark
50
has
feet,
asked us.
50
Tamark
feet upstream of the worm.
I might remind us, everyone, that Tamark has asked us not to move around while he's investigating the area for tracks and whatnot. Maybe wait till he comes back.
What is he doing? What is he looking for? The thing is here. Blast
Go around.
COVID, let him do what he wishes.
I'm not preventing anybody. It was just a reminder.
Yeah, we'll go around. We won't get in his way.
All right. So
I mean no disrespect.
you hear
I agree with
a
you,
noise coming from what sounds like just behind you, and you turn and you look, and it's nothing but like a splash of water that is hitting a rock that you accidentally kicked, and it caused it to be weird. And then you feel this piercing pain in your back. You cry out, "Ah!" You take 5 points of damage.
Just something we might have heard. Because
Yes.
Is that it?
And as you turn to look, as you were surprised, you see a figure, a humanoid figure, kind of like out of the worm, and holding a short sword. And you guys all hear the
sounds like Tamar's in trouble. I
Human-like figure
move.
comes
Start rushing towards Tamar.
Yep.
Okay, so this round, you guys, whoever wants to move, if you're going to move, let's just go one at a time. Action. So, action. Covidius.
Pull sword and run. I have it as proficiency to whatever's going on.
What does running do for you?
I think it just lowers the
It-
negatives of movement.
By the day.
Yeah, that's for like a whole day. That's like for a whole.
It's for a whole day. It doesn't do anything in one round. It's only for the whole day.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
but
thought it
still
eliminated
you're running.
negatives for movement.
Well, I actually, if
You've used it for that in the past, if I remember correctly.
I have, maybe. I honestly don't remember. But I was just curious if that would help you get up there any quicker.
Well, if we run, you make us make dexterity checks.
Character can move
And
twice as
dexterity
normal.
checks, yeah.
Movement rate for
Right.
a day.
That's all it says?
Yeah. At the end of the day, you must.
Yeah, no, running is only for the whole day.
Okay, well then it doesn't make sense. I
Okay.
still run up there because it's fast.
Okay.
No, it isn't.
All right. So,
You can charge. That's running.
pick. Action.
Randy. He's sleeping again.
Yes.
Oh.
On my
Action.
boat.
You're drawing your bow. Anything else?
Said he was running his
It's
best.
a nightmare. It's a giant worm in the creek.
He's
At
not
this
used
time,
to
no.
his new name.
Okay, so you're staying put?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, you don't have to declare movement. You're just declaring an action. So your action is to draw your bow. There's no other, that's really not even an action. That's a free action. Do you have an action you'd like to declare?
No.
All right. Very good.
No.
Rise.
I mean,
Move to attack.
So your action is attack.
So
we can't see
Yeah.
though what's going on, correct?
All you see is this big worm, and then you heard a sound.
Right, so, I can't say attack if I hear
Right.
a scream. That's why I said
You can
just
say
run.
attack.
Okay, I mean, I don't
Now,
know.
if your action is to move, that means you're moving, and then you're using you're getting to move again.
Okay, I'm moving first because obviously we can't attack it from here. Right?
Well, what's your action? Attack?
I want to. Well,
And then
we can't see what's going on. It's on the other
Correct.
side of the worm or whatever. So I'm moving to wherever the action is. I can't. If there's something to attack, I like to attack it, but I can't say just attack now because
Actually, yes,
So then-
you do.
okay, then that's you know what I want to do. So however it needs to be
Okay.
done,
Reggie.
provided I can even do it after I get to
I'm
how far away. it is.
Drawing my sword, and if anything evil or with ill intent approaches me, I will attack it. and I will continue to move up the creek with Shadrach as we were doing. Continue
And
to move closer.
Shad?
Now, you say this humanoid thing came out of the worm?
Well, you don't see it. It's on the opposite side. I was talking to Dan. All you heard was a scream.
Okay. I'm casting
Okay.
in the direction of the worm.
That's your action. Very good. And Tamar.
Attacking.
All right. Roll initiative. Tamar. B is 6. Oh, okay. So your side is sped up. So just to get all right, so anybody on very fast?
Yes, because we're sped up.
Actions go before movement. So
3 is...
I would normally go on 5.
you go.
So 3 is...
3 is fast.
Okay, maybe it's sped up. So my first attack. So I get 3 every 2 round plus an extra attack for two-handed.
So do you understand how that works? This round you're attacking with your main,
Right.
and then your offhand.
Right. So the first one hits an AC of 16.
So that's a miss. Your offhand,
The second one hits an AC of 2.
that's a hit. Roll damage.
And that is 2 points. Oh, this thing is medium, small medium.
It's actually small.
Okay.
All right. You you take your main weapon, your right hand, and you slash. The thing, you're stunned for a second, and it goes above it into the beast. You take your other one and you try to stab, and you say, slice him on his left arm. It's like, ah! And this creature, it starts to come into form, and I will explain to you what it is in a second. So, on the movement, so Pick draws his bow and he stays put and he's watching. Everyone else, you're running. So, your movement is what?
15 before.
15. Okay.
Before the,
So 22. So you charge up there, and the first phase you go 11 squares, 55 feet.
that's not enough to get there, though?
Not yet.
Okay. What can I see?
It's about. You're still. You're a little more than halfway there.
Okay.
And then Daryl, you moved, so you can move half of your move.
Okay.
And
7 squares.
you're readying, right? If something attacks you.
Yes, I have my horse's reins in one hand and my sword in the other.
Okay. So you're doing the best you can, trying to pull a horse down. Okay. And Shad, you're casting a spell.
Yes.
Yes, your spell goes off. What's the casting time?
The casting time is 5
Okay, so
without any...
all right, so you don't go yet. So Rise, you run up there, and
We're
what's
set
your
up
movement?
My casting time is 4. 4.
Okay, that doesn't change anything yet, Jason. Rise, what's your movement?
16.
Okay, so you get just a little bit ahead of your man at arms here, and then we go to the loser's side of very fast, and it is this creature, and the creature will just go ah, and it'll try to stab you, and that hits an armor class of 5.
That hits.
That hits.
-6.
Okay. You take 5 points of damage. And then we go to fast. So as Rise and Covidius charge up there, you can attempt to climb this dead worm to see what's on the inside, or you can go around it.
When you said I was
How much extra is to go around?
When you said I was better than halfway there, do you mean by going around or by going over? Which was the...
I just meant to the worm.
Oh, to the worm. I mean, do I get an idea of how long it is to go around, like you said?
I mean, you know it's going to be a little further to go around, because obviously you're going
He said it was
around.
30 feet long.
Yeah, but I don't know how it's land. I'm going to try and go around.
Okay.
That's my intent.
Rise?
I'll go around as well.
Okay. You guys go the same way, or do you go opposite ways?
I would say that I go
We don't have a
the
map,
shortest
so-
way around. I mean,
Yeah,
if we're,
yeah.
if we're smack in the middle, then I guess I go left. If we're skewed off to one side or the other, I take the shortest route.
Same thing he said.
Well, you don't really know what the shortest route is because you can't see your target.
No. They just meant the shortest route to go to around the side, the one side.
Around the worm.
Like,
Yeah.
It's going to be the same
Like,
either way.
I don't care.
We both go right.
Then I guess I just go left.
Okay, wonderful. So, you both go around, and when you get around, you see that there is this creature, small, in combat with Timark, and when you come around, I would like Covidius to make me a save versus spells. If you have a magical attack adjustment
At the end of
on your wisdom, you would add that to your roll.
I don't. I rolled a 7. I need a 16 or higher.
Okay, so you
We're not adding. We're just...
correct.
Okay.
Rise comes around, and you are able to make a single attack at the end of a charge.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that then. I'm in range of it. Armor class -4.
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. I fucked that up before you, and you didn't roll anything. To charge, it has to be a straight
Okay.
line. So you come around, and that's the end of your turn. You see what he sees and what you see, but you have a very different reaction, which is why you roll.
What?
You see... well, fuck. You see... no, there it is. You see a goblin.
Okay.
And you now, this thing is formed into a little goblin, and it's wearing like a fucking leather skirt with these pieces of leather that go down, and it's got these metallic like wristbands, and it's holding the sword, and it sees you, and it goes, "Ah!" And you're just like, it's Rufus the Sword Break.
Rufus the Sword Break.
And when it sees you, it does that sound. Okay, so that leaves Reginald, or you keep moving with the horse.
Hey.
You get up about 20 foot away from this dead beast, and you heard another "ah!" But this time it was like a different yell from behind it. So something's going on back there. You hear clashing of swords and running, and then "ah!" And your horse is like, what the fuck? And Shadrach, your spell goes off.
I see the dead worm, right?
Yeah.
I center my spell. I destroy water in 27 cubic feet of the worm's center. All water within 27 cubic feet of the worm is destroyed.
Okay. What's the name of that spell?
Destroy water.
Okay.
The reverse form of create water. So I need to look up create water.
It's just 27 cubic feet of water is gone.
Well, I need to see if it works inside of something. It might. I just don't know.
Nothing living.
I'm taking all water away from that nasty worm corpse.
Yeah, if it's dead, it should work.
I think that's part of the... That's just my character thinking that.
Okay. Hold. Create water. Okay. Let's see. The reverse obliterates without trace a light quantity of water. Water can be created or destroyed in an area as small as will actually contain water. Okay, well, I don't see anything wrong with it. So you do that, and the worm body kind of like starts to go shrink down. And after a while, it's down enough to where anyone that's behind it can see what's on the other side. And that would be two people, one on each end, and then another guy with a goblin in the middle. And what is your
Well, what they tell you is, if you remember from the story, this is the biggest goblin I've ever seen. If that matters to what other people are seeing. This isn't just
It's a big goblin.
It's a gigantic goblin.
It's a large goblin.
Biggest goblin you ever seen.
So
Is it bigger than a man?
I said it was small, but I meant it was
How
large.
tall?
Oh, it's like 7 foot tall. It's crazy.
It's a basketball player. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you told me it was a small.
I did.
I know, I had to remind him because he's pulling this out of my back.
Okay, so
So should
That's
I
a
roll a different dice?
7 foot would still be.
if you want,
7 foot.
Oh,
would
I
still
didn't know if
be-
that was considered
He's a
large.
half
It is.
goblin.
you can roll a d8.
Aren't
if it's-
bugbears 7 feet tall?
If it's more than 2,
It's a bugbear.
go ahead.
The bugbear ball.
It changed nothing.
Okay,
Literally the same.
fair enough. All right. So now Reggie and Pick, you can see after the druid deflated this corpse, what I have described. And Pick, if you want to take a shot, you sure can. You're
Yes.
10, 20, 27. So you're at 7 squares. So I don't know what you're using. Are you using a short bow?
Yes.
And I'm guessing the first number on the range is a 10. For your flight arrows?
That is correct.
Okay, so no penalty. Roll.
Yes.
Oh wait, before you roll, are you doing a called shot so you don't accidentally hit one of the people up there, or are you just letting it fly?
I'm letting it fly.
Oh, you got me in the back.
All right.
There's
So,
another 5 points in you.
have you rolled yet?
I had, yes.
Okay, just hold on to that.
That's an armor class of minus.
Hold on to that. Okay, so we got large versus medium. So 6 and 4. All right. You're 1 through 4. A 3. Roll damage.
Stuck you somewhere.
Does hit an minor class of minus whatever hit?
Yeah.
Okay, roll Dankus.
It's a good shot.
2.
All right, you take 2 points of damage as he stops. He's like, oh shit, I can see it. And he draws back and he's got a perfect aim, hit this fucking ogre goblin. and he lets it fly, and just then you guys are like fainting, and then you both switch sides, and it goes,
You're fucking killing me!
All right. So that was.
I'm literally saying that when I did.
That was
fucking killing me.
That was fast. Now we go to average, and I think everyone's done.
Wait, I get 3 every 2.
Which means you get 2 primary next round.
Okay.
So you're done. You guys
Most
are done.
round goes first.
What, Reggie? Yes.
Since I have an attack, I'm gonna tether my horse on a sturdy limb, and I assure him, "Wait here, buddy. I'll be right back." I'm gonna just do that for my action at the end of the round.
You said it perfect. When you change your action, you go to the end of the round. That's what you do. That's your action. Bam, done. So, pick. Do you want to take a second shot?
Yes.
Will you make it a called shot?
Called shot.
Okay. So seeing how there's nothing else going on, go ahead and roll. You're at a -4 to hit.
Come on, baby.
It'd be an armor class of 5.
That is exactly what you needed. Roll Dinkus. So this time he fires into melee, but his aim is true. And with how many?
See that arrow, he's going to want it back.
5? Okay. So the arrow strikes this oversized goblin right in the back. Ah! And he turns and stops looking at you and turns and looks back and sees Reginald and the druid and the guy in the back with the arrows, and he turns to you and he says something. Does anyone speak Goblin?
I don't.
And you see him go, and at the end of the round, he turns to dust like he's been snapped and goes away, and the worm does as well.
What's left of it?
And now you're all you hear is the splashing of foot in the creek and the birds that are kind of making noise again, and
I continue to run over to him. So
I fall to my knees and hold my hands to the air and just start talking in my special tongue.
What crying a crumpness is going on here?
The biggest fucking goblin I've ever seen.
yeah, he always was.
Huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He always was. You know what this thing is?
Yeah, I defeated him many years ago. I don't know why he's here.
Oh,
You defeated him.
Yeah, like
How was he
killed
doing?
him.
great, you're great.
I don't know. How does anything from the dead come back? I don't have any idea. I would have liked to put him back in the grave a second time though, but
Obviously, he ain't dead.
I don't know.
And
You know, it's
apparently
funny.
He knows some.
I hope.
It's funny. He kind of blew away in the dust, kind of like the first time I killed him. Maybe he isn't dead.
Blasphemy.
Something to do with these freaking worms now.
And I've shown you
He
blasphemy.
came out from it. He was hiding in the damn
I
thing.
have no idea what to say there. That's the first time I've ever seen a worm like this.
So is the water above here fit to drink?
If Cobb will let me detect pure water, I will do so.
Who's Cobb?
So you start walking up and get past where the worm was, and then you stop. And before you get past the worm, you kind of bend down and do the same thing you did before. And apparently whatever was fouling this water is gone.
Drink, my friends.
I do, and I leave my horse to drink,
I go to Rise.
and I fill my water skin.
Hey, does anybody have any kind of like healing skills?
Rise.
Who is hurt?
Hold on. Go ahead, Sean.
Rise, I fought and defeated that guy, that goblin, back in my gladiator days. It was a long time ago. What the hell is he doing here?
How is he here?
I don't know.
And how is
There's
he
a
here?
vision.
Hold on, and how is he here? Tune in next week when we pick up the game because it's 9:15.
Remember,
And
you're
it's-
injured.
And it's
You got
bedtime for
I
little
got 2
people.
arrows in me, yeah.
2?
So
Yeah,
everyone remember, he's got 2 arrows in him.
2.
No, you got
yeah, I got
one.
shot
Oh, he only
one
had
in the
one.
back, and then his
Oh,
arrow.
that guy stabbed
That was a
you.
nice
Oh, he
move.
stabbed me.
Yeah.
Oh,
I can.
I
He
didn't
stepped
think
out of the worm with a short sword in his hand.
Oh, I didn't
But,
wasn't standing on top of the thing, so I thought I was hit from a distance.
No.
Other than that,
Apparently you were close.
that is tonight's session. I hope all of you sleep well. I hope you guys are ready to get funky.
Todd, I'll probably send you a message tomorrow or something. I found some more stuff with the character sheet. But
Okay.
I gotta get going. I'm
Alrighty.
hungry.
Any fighting words from anybody? Anything?
I'm gonna pack up and look up some favorite druid spells and ones that I will cast a lot because it seems like just some pretty basic stuff that's easy to follow up. So I never thought Destroy Water would be helpful, but it was.
Yeah, I've used that spell. So.
Alrighty then. Thank you for playing. Thank you for
Good
watching.
night, everybody.
And we'll
See
see
you
you next week.
All right.
Cheers, everybody.
See ya. I got a couple things I gotta change. in
Yeah,
this here.